what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you to spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my president, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose of the to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it. Spoon entertainment. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my president, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose of the to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
From the CEOs down coming with the spoons. And your boy, try to hit the South, man. Charge it on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of action. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. All right, Spoon is going to tell you what is happening in Liberia. In Africa. Spoon will tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon. What the happenings are across Africa. I'd like to welcome you. Thanks for joining us. We're here live on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. You want to know? This is a show that gives you a taste of everything, bringing you up to speed with the happenings across Liberia, be it health, education, politics, the environment, the economic issue. Yes, Spoon Talk is where you get all of the updates, the news, the analysis, the views of Liberians on those critical national issues every single day. So welcome. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk is live on the Spoon Network. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. And we're live on Super 95.5 FM. I want to say thanks to our partner radio stations. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1, always relaying the program, and all the other radio stations across Liberia, making sure that Liberians, irrespective of the locations in the country, can get the information in real time. I also want to appreciate our many followers online, our viewers, the thousands of you who will troop in here every single day to join us from across our social media handles. I want to appreciate you. Thanks to the folks on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. You can find us on Facebook as well. Our Facebook handles are Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. Thanks to all of you joining us from there as well. Let me welcome a few of you that I see already commenting, engaging in the comment section, sharing your thoughts. But just before I do that, I want to encourage you to kindly share the program. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. Please share the show across Facebook, YouTube, your different social media handles, in your messenger groups, and let's make sure we can have a great show here tonight. So the numbers to call 0555 101075, 0555 101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. 0555 101075 is that number you can call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. Well, Spoon Talk is loaded tonight, and you can rest assured that we're going to have a great show. Let me welcome Hannah Moses. Thanks for joining us. Aloysius Watwa, thank you for coming on. Tepos Dempster, I see you're here tonight. Thanks for joining us. Daniel Tante is here as well. I see Dependable J. Rabbit is here. Thanks for joining us. Happy New Year to you as well. Tatos Squena is here joining us tonight. I see Peter Tokpa has joined in as well. Please share the show. Just keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. James Peewee is here joining us tonight. Thank you for coming on. First up, Payne. I want to appreciate you as well for joining us. And I see that's Akara. Akara is here as well. Jatu Winning Collie is joining us tonight. Thank you for joining us. I see Lucas Godwin Plaza is here as well. Thank you for coming on tonight. Isaac Godtime Zodega. Thank you for joining us tonight. Peter Tukpa, I see Eve. Well, now it's moving so fast. But I want to welcome all of you here tonight. It's a great way to have you to have the show started. We ask you to keep sharing the program. I see a lot of you have already started doing that. Just share the show. Merriman
Lahar Wisa is here tonight. Sonny Dukule, thank you for joining us. Bless email, we appreciate you from Old Road. That's where you're joining us from. That's Hotel Road. I see. Yes, Sonny is here tonight. Yes. So just keep your engagement. Keep sharing your thoughts in the comment section and keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. 0555 is the number to call. 0555 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. This is Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Collet, and we will now go to the phone lines, take your calls as we always do. The first segment of Spoon Talk is dedicated to you, our viewers, our listeners, so that you get to share your thoughts, share your views on the different issues that matter the most to you. Um, so let's go to the phone line, take our first caller. Let's make sure we can share our thoughts in at most 45 seconds so as to have others join us. Please, let's do that. 45 seconds, 30, 45 seconds. Just be as brief as you can so we get others joining us. So let me go to the phone line now and start to take your calls. Let's start with this person here. Again, the number is 0555 Hello, your
Hello?
name. Hello, your name. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Abraham driving the wall here at the junction.
All right. What's on your
Yeah,
mind?
what on my mind tonight is Mo Ali.
Okay.
I want to bear Mo Ali. Within our community, he gave some people water and some people left behind. And he said they were going to come out, and we're still looking up to him so he can bring the other people on the water. I'm begging him, Mo Ali. I'm begging him, you hear me tonight, please.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your input. We appreciate you. 0555 This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Sam. How are you doing?
Hello, this is Nelson. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I'm Christina calling from Borough.
Christina, what's on your mind?
Yeah, calling to our Prince City Mayor. We the one working in the entity.
Okay.
We want for you to please speak to our mayor, Prince City Mayor. We're working hard. The labor well that we do it to do sanitation where it's not an easy task. We're working for little or nothing, which is $65. And for the $65, one time is very hard. 3 months to receive.
You mean you're a sanitation person and you make $65? Work with the...
$65 is a labor wage. So we want for you to appeal to the Prince City Mayor to see how best to increase our money. Please, we got children that are staying with us. When we go into weather that we don't have money to afford to feed our children, it's a little shameful.
All right.
So we are appealing to you to please see interest on us.
All right.
We're suffering not because no job. Then when you want to, they say when you talk, they will sack you.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. 0555 is the number to call. You'll be live. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello, you're live.
Yeah. Uncle Jim calling from Singapore.
Uncle Jim, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind is politics.
Politics.
Yes. I wonder what we get concerning Richard King. So we don't want our people to waste our time again. That it takes a lot of time to come sit down to RSC for speaker. Speaker. And now Richard King is coming out. Let him get in himself and let's not go far this time. What on my mind?
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input. This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello. Good evening to the rest of the Spoon and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear brother Nexi Collect Institute
it's
in
good
Liberia.
To have you on, sir. What's on your mind?
By the way, the introduction, I'm Efanso AF Camara once again. Actually, Nexi Collect, what I on my mind have to deal with is saga, sustainable speaker characteristic as a reputable man holding the most powerful position in our country. Labro is governed by law. We have our organic law governing us. Okay. This man, according to him, he said, Mother for who is she is our biological sister. They marry. We agree. Maybe one or two reasons they play TV, they want, or for other circumstances, you can do or marry, and later on you double. But then it may appear, let him find a day in court before the law. He is a lawmaker. What should he be afraid of law? The law is a law. Let him find a day in court so that they can explain what is the actual story. But it cannot be doing kind of thing to different people.
Okay, so Alfonso, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
In a case where someone accuses you of stealing, and then the person says maybe you stole something from them, and you know that you didn't steal anything from the person who thinks you stole from them, and you who is being accused, who do you think should go to court first?
The accuser cannot go to court. The complainer supposed to go to court, and the complainer has all in her complaint. She says, past 9 months, the case has been in court. It cannot be called on for investigation. Everything is a reputable man, but we can't believe Richard Nangweku, that President Joseph Nima Bwaka and Jemaku, they used our taxpayer money. They took them there to our hotel. So
thank you for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. Take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Hello, you're live on the show.
Yes, I'm Doris M. Farm, going for Peace Island.
What's on your mind, Doris?
Yes, we are working business and water where we are not getting paid. The new government said down 1 year plus now we will not be able to get $5. And I don't want you to sustain our children for other aid.
So you want the government to do something about it, right?
Yeah, then try to see interest.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm Amos Brown. I'm calling from Tuli.
Amos, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind is that I want to appeal to the government, our local community leaders, to help us with the Community Watch Forum in Tuli.
Okay.
But the ritualistic killing is on the rampage in Tuli. And only the Community Watch Forum can really move in the absence of the police. When the police are not available, either it can be made, the Community Watch Forum will make a move to go on the scene. But we are not capacitated, nothing to help us. We don't even have flatlet to go for patrol. So it's a risk for us. So we are really appealing to the government to help us. Many days we'll carry criminals to the police station, will be knocking all the police door to looking for them all in that in. So it's a problem for us. We're really asking the government to help us.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello.
How are you?
Yes, it's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
How are you?
All right, I can hear you.
Are you getting me now?
Yeah, please say your name and where you're joining us from.
Thank you. I'm Sabah Benson. I'm calling from Cowell.
What's on your mind?
Okay. So, my argument had to do with Akara's Green. Akara's Green, all in the country we know, his livelihood depends on the return of President Weah's power. If President Weah doesn't return by the power, Akara's Green is finished. His life will be finished. He will have nothing to do because people in South East will put down and tell you the border is really the road and you get angry.
Hello. Can you go to the issues, the real issues, and forget about
whether the issue is
live coming in, live not coming in? Only God can determine that. Can you go to the issue, sir? What is that issue affecting you? That
if anybody come up to the government, I can't get angry. You can't angry like you. That's what I'm saying. So far, I can't agree. The point is that the government is still level is so far. And his level will depend on the return of President. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the argument is if the government says President will never come back. So if you say the government will get angry and go and start something, I'm saying. So for me, his livelihood depends on the return of president. We are, and
Thank you.
in reality. So
Thank you for
this is
your
another
input
issue.
tonight. Thanks for your input, sir. We appreciate your contribution tonight. 0555 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Mr. David G. Dia from Upper Angivie.
What's on your mind, sir?
Okay, I want to say Happy New Year to every one of us in Liberia. The number one thing first in my mind is I want to appeal to the government to really wait that some company what how they call it fertilizer company should really come in the country and have branches all over and get bad deck to make fertilizer out of it. That will make us will be able to contain the deck that in the country because in so the country will be dirty. People take deck, they get chunky all over anywhere they're doing it. And the second thing is a call for the speaker. Really, somebody accused me, and the person is not going to the court or to the authority for me, for my character. I can go there. I can go there and carry you there. What you saying about me, I know about you can't prove it. But I can say that it's easy because I say somebody accused me, see, I'm going to the court too. It's not fair.
All right.
So thank you for your program. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate you tonight. 0555-101075. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you on. What's your name? Where are you joining us from?
I'm Comfort Strong. I'm to call on the ex-president, Pastor George Manongia. So please help me. I'm getting people since last year. The youth retreat in Bikeno. I had an accident. No one to pay attention to me. From the CDC, yes, we have the youth retreat. I had an accident. My knee, I can't walk. I'm appealing no way to get to him to help me.
You're talking about the former president? Former President George Weah?
Listen to me tonight. Let him help me.
But don't you have access to people in the party, in the CDC, for example, that you can maybe channel this
I
through?
go home, I went there. The chairman, they don't look at me. So maybe I can call on the senator. I know that when he hear my voice, he will help me. If you don't know, you might not even tell me. You don't know.
You said, what's your name again?
I say I'm Comfort Strong.
Comfort Trunk.
Yeah, strong.
All right. Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nathan.
Yeah, hello. It's good to have you on. Masale, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind? My nephew, I want for the talk about this salary, man. They would have been a daily high, man. Yeah,
Okay.
salary issue, Benny. I want for the talk to the CEO. Let's see what we'll talk for.
Okay. Thank you. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello, bro. English?
Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, Nelson, I'm T. Preston Moluba, and I join you from Jakarta, Peace Island.
Preston, what's on your mind?
Nelson, I just want to take this time to commend the President Joseph Boakai. He really make us to maybe the understand that we didn't mark our finger free for sending those the near people from the DEA. Because on my island, I also serve as a youth chair from the place out to for DEA to even reach in the community. It's been very difficult and they are really bad. But since the new regime, every day and night they are there and they stand at the place clean. You can even hang out clothes, we can hang out clothes and everything can be safe. I just want to commend the president for sending those people at DEA.
All right.
To other environment. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, let's hear you. Your name and where you joining us from?
First, Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
The Spoon FM family, including you, that sitting there in studio. I am Fasu Koma. I call you from under the canopy of the Unity Party for Letter Zero.
Basically, I want to talk on the port autonomous bill that have been crafted, that have been submitted to the office of the president. I think that bill run contrary to honor our maritime sector, and it will follow create job losses for Liberian that work at other low-level ports at the Sando port. You know, economic activity to some of these ports are not up to the task. Many ships can break there and other things. So economic activity there is low. So crafting such a bill at this time, I think it will cause great backlash or great setback for the maritime sector. I think the Justice Minister have already weighed in, analyzed the bill, and came up with an expert legal opinion. And I think it made a lot of sense. And we look up to the president to do the needful. He shouldn't sign on that bill. He should once again veto the bill because that bill is counterproductive. It will hurt the maritime sector.
Thank you.
And we understand that those are for the bill to have control over some of the ports.
All right. Thank you very much for your input, sir. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Martin.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, on my mind, brother. The country is very, very hard. The situation in this country is very, very hard. Can you imagine? Look at the country me. Look at the country me. How they see what looking. They see what they see what I'm back. Because of the hardship, no money. People are suffering in this country too much. No job. We are passing by there. People passing by one another, hating by one another for frustration. Our country, I don't know where we are going. We are going down the drain every day and night.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Get it.
Hello.
Good evening, Brother Nelson.
Yeah, good evening. Let's hear you.
This is Brother G. Lahasin, what they call him for PZ.
Okay.
Brother Nelson, what really on my mind, you know, like this gentleman just said, people talk about the country being hard. We are not being unified. And when it comes to unifying us, you only look at the president. Actually, it is his responsibility to unify the country. But how will he do that when the opposition are not willing to work with him? I give you an example. Now, the Akara Gays and the other people have said that this 2026, they are raising the bazooka. I mean, to go against the government with 2026. For heaven's sake, he says such a thing like this. How would there be peace? And remember, you have your supporters who also turn against the government. Now they are saying there's no job. Now, if you go on international radio like this, Spoon Talk, and begin to accuse the president falsely of what they are doing, companies, national year, they kind of news. If they will come back, they're also having to bring hardship on us. So that's what they're behaving. So if you try to portray a negative image out there, definitely we will suffer. So I'm appealing to everyone else. This 2026, 2027, let's use it as a period of governance, good governance, working along with the government. 2028, you can start your politics. And Stanton, I'm begging you to some of these topics you're raising there, actually, it brings tension to the country. I mean, when we start hating one another, look at people talking about bad president, DP want to be president, Jeremiah King. The man is not serving a bad president to the president. Then you look at possibility of him becoming president. You don't think it's between his followers and that of the government? So let's look at some positive topics that we can all put together.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Very much, Brother Nathan. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So we'll take a few more calls. I see Mr. Russell is in.
I didn't learn my thought. Next week, let me get.
Okay, so hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
This Adam Kane, this is what I first on CD, this is what I remember you made a international to you. My intention to go to all the people that are supporting the government. You want to tell me for government, only legacy you and Tamo, you want to empower me for farm. For all the people that are very supporting the government, the moment they that didn't want that they put in a depend on call for one quarter to make fun, they will say, yes, that man wants to rescue. But they're not even thinking about family. So y'all, you only want thing you want him, but they put a very what kind of money you getting? Well, you're not getting money, but people that can get money that they're not even thinking about agriculture like Mohammed, very along all the program of Mohammed, all the advocating only you. Damo, talk to them, man. That I try to make fun and nothing. The other one, I'm not successful, but then when I did the fun, nothing. You're poor me. I'm a kind of tomorrow. When they kind of nothing tomorrow, be there. I'm a kind of tomorrow.
No, I can say yes to that.
Okay, but then when they come and so fair, they remind them. Let it inform me that one time I beg you. Please, go for God. I beg you, my brother.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it tonight. Thanks a lot. Hello?
Good evening.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Lorenzo Bado, you know my name, and I'm calling from Ralphie.
Lorenzo, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Thank you. What's on my mind this evening, Legacy?
There's Nelson here.
The way our government is not proceeding. The way our government is proceeding is not right for the people. We want the change. That's the reason why we brought in this government. As we all are aware, the civil servant is coming on the media telling the world that the entire Liberia that they are paying all civil servants, which of course they know that is not right. Let them stop breeding confusion.
Okay.
If people is not satisfied with the kind of attitude, the way they're proceeding, if they start to proceed at this, what we're avoiding, we will definitely get into it. Because government is not doing right for the people. People cannot work and they don't have pay. Most civil servants all this time, they have not getting it. I got few of my people, even in my community, they have not getting it. Secondly, about the debt issue in Liberia, the country is getting too dirty. So we're pushing the people, government, that they look in the direction to make this thing a jingle. That we will try to avoid this. They too much keeping the street dirty. We are too responsible people for this country to be dirty this time and time. There's a president, if you're on the side of my voice time, who said ours is in lead to take the job. Let him take the job serious and make sure I keep the country clean. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input. This person, hello? Hello? All right, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Oh, Nancy, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Sebu Fufana is my name. Member of United Party Intellectual Bureau. I was somewhere in Calfactory.
All right.
My issue, what is on my mind is get to do an interview EIBC today by our deputy speaker. What an interview. You know, Nancy, let me commend the deputy speaker. You know, yesterday the man was in state of the Dalima. So yesterday he never saw the truth. That's why he was on the wrong side. But you know, what made changes? So that's why the man see necessary in that part of United Bible to support the government. And we appreciate the man. And what all the men said today is true, but nobody can do that. Some of us, we know this. Even we were in the opposition with the other, we know that anything some of our one you will get. So go in to fight over there. That for this lose their life. For the people, what you do, what the people not even know it, for the people leave. And I like the question what Buffalo then gave it to the man say, no more returning back. He said, I'll move on, and I'm not supposed to be. In life, if you move on, just move on. But those guys say they'll come to me, they'll compromise with me to do. So I want to commend you. They coming for support the President Bwaka will be blessed for us.
All right.
Because this is the man that get imperative character in the country. So thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555 101075. This person. Hello. So we take this person here. Okay, so we lost that person. Okay, so we lost that. All right, so 0555 101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
I'm the person calling from Bonafantaka community. I want to pay you. for the topic on the discussion. But what on my mind have to do with that criminal issue? I want for the governor of Liberia to please help all in the process because find out now on the judgment that we are as a president, they start taking a whole federal building, the whole area around our federal area, they have been keep the other machine, holding judge, all those things. So if the government can help, or at least they pay that estate, they put in the room, tell that people who are constantly doing that, then leave the place, dog let up because it will cause embarrassment in the future. Because when the places the water cylinder, it will be serious embarrassment for the future. So we're asking the government like we want to pay help in the process. Because Mara Ellen Jones, we take all of people from there, and eventually we are going and start taking the area too. So we're asking the government to help us and read this on that area. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. Let's take this person. Hello.
Let me go to you.
Yeah, good evening. It's good to have you.
Mohammed from KC16 on the Project Island.
Mohammed, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Listen, thank you. Listen to the acting secretary director of Person Living with Disability or NCD, one Apostle Aaron Wright, and we are trying to say one or two things pertaining to the disabled community. They should have themselves in the politics. And disabled with person living with disability, they should be neutral, or they should exclude themselves from politics. And I would also like to remind him that because when person living with disability, when they sit newly, there are some things that are going to override them, okay? Because I think everyone now try to import themselves into politics. Even in the churches, politics have been placed in the various churches whatsoever. So even
in short, you don't agree with him, right? You don't agree with his position that persons living with disabilities should stay away from politics, try to exercise some neutrality. You don't agree with that?
For me, I'm going to say I not agree with him on that, because even the deputy director of operation, what I'm getting, is a future important. It's a politician also too. Okay. Because I think for the analysis as an apostle, he should be a man of God. So if he don't put himself in the politics, definitely, if the person as a executive director, he does also tell the person that he don't want to be part of the politics in a view also. Then that be neutral to go back to sit in the church.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
0555-101075. Hello.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm okay. It's good to have you. What's your mind?
A guy we calling for a borrower Nikuton.
Okay, let's hear you.
What my is in that politics, but I want to recommend to the government. They plastic their water. And then the government stop it for two reasons. One, the water where they can prepare the water is a dirty place. The water making people sick. The water stink. When you open that water the next day, it's smelling. Two, the people are from the whole city. Oh, you go to plastic there, no way to throw it. You make the city dirty. The water came through Tafel. The water is dirty. But when you drain the city, the plastic there, so let the government stop it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's my concern. Let it stop it. It's bad. It's making us sick. And making the city dirty. Yeah, imagine yourself go over it's also plastic or overload to control. That's very bad.
Thank you for your input.
Money to the government. That is plastic there.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
That's why in the mind. Thank you.
Right. Okay. 0555-101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. It's good to have you.
From Palave.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, the thing on my mind, the government ministry, stop the whole chicken business in the country.
They need to start what business? chicken?
The chicken, yeah, they import that chicken. They import that chicken. The chicken fuel, the chicken excess. They need to stop it. They getting poor cancer, poor dying. The chicken when my brother, yeah, that chicken food and set it down for 1 day. 2 days with green. Yes, wait on that. Go buy it tomorrow and set it down right in your kitchen. They will turn green. They killing people well, why they put that get feeding for all? You know, coming the country not good to consume it. Why they can't stop it? The president can do everything. That's why they put it in power to inspect all the things there. So I appealing to the government to stop the chicken business. We need our fish here.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, let's hear you.
My name is Thomas and I call from Bankstown.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I want the president to be very careful when it comes to people like
You said when it comes to what? Your line is not coming clear.
Can you hear me, sir?
Okay, I think I can hear you.
In dealing with Thomas Fowler and Sir Joseph as a very careful. These are sycophants. These are people that were with George here and he did everything for them. But today, because they have properties, because Thomas Fowler does not want to be audited by Joseph, the properties they have, don't want the government to do them for the properties. That's the reason why they are asking. Those are just simple logic that the person get to understand and know that these are all simple things. The next thing is that the individual is always asking for rescue people to send to agricultural farm. I don't know his problem. He should be by this time having a very huge farm because he brought this government to power and the person should be able to support him in getting his farm started. So why should people only calling on the radio and they're asking for fertilizer and hold? Any kind of my place, I'll be able to give him holes and fertilizer so he can go make his farm.
Oh, you association, you're willing to give him some materials all the necessary tools that will help him to make his farm, right?
Oh yes, I will help him.
That sounds political. Is it a political help?
Political. I'm being fair because agriculture is something too, but since the United Partisans can't help their own brother, we citizens will be able to help him because that's something we want to do for the country. So it doesn't matter whether he's a citizen or you.
They call him Adam Akone, Joseph Baraka first son. So you say you want to help the man?
I will help him. For me, I'm not a rescue member. I'm from a blue umbrella. I will help him. Because the rescue people, they can rescue themselves, they can rescue their own child. So we will help to rescue him. Let him come with.
So how you want to help the man? How you want to help the man? Because
I'll give him $500 US. Give my number to him.
Okay, so you want the man to take your number. You'll be willing to read your number now?
I'll give my number. Yeah, I'll call the number.
Read your number. Because I want the thing to be very transparent.
0555
68
92
12. And you say your name is?
My name is Thomas. Just tell him to send to help. I'll give him something to start.
But you just said 500 or so, Thomas. The man will be expecting that 5, but I want to
go in. No problem. I'll give him $500 to start his project.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. Thanks a lot. 0555 So Adam Akane, you've been calling on the radio every time for them to help you cutlize, hook, and all the things you need to make your farm. Somebody already said they want to help you, so I hope you took the number down. 0555. Okay, let's take this person. Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. It's good to have you on.
Oh, what on my mind at this present time is the U.S. rate and the commodity on the market.
Okay.
The U.S. rate is going high while you go buy your goods. You ain't get anything. You say U.S. what on the U.S. dollar. I don't know what the government is ready doing, or government ministry is ready doing to solve that issue. It's very much difficult. You go buy your goods in $11 and they were selling, but when you buy in U.S., they say that I never liberty on the U.S. dollar. So I don't know what the government is really doing. It's embarrassing. We the commoners to get incident for ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
I want
Oh, too bad we lost you. Hello? Hello? All right, so let's see if we take another person. You can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. That's the number to call, and you'll be live on the show tonight. 0555-101075. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yeah, hello? Hello, are you there? Okay, seeing we lost him.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, please go ahead quickly.
Yeah, my name is Spring George.
Mr. George, what's on your mind?
Yeah, the thing that on my mind is the things some of us been doing in this country, where they jumping here and there. Let us say the country only for their one. Look, this country belongs to every Liberian. They shouldn't be fooling the Liberian people. They shouldn't be fooling the Liberian people. Some of Farah, he knew what CDC took him for. CDC took some of the whole and brought him into on the show. And now he turned against CDC and he acting like he.
Too bad we lost. I think you ran out of credits. Hello? Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you.
Yeah, that's Joseph Fremont from Broadville.
Yusuf, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir.
Yeah, what's on my mind? I'm asking the government to empower the farmer.
Okay.
Yeah, by all costs, you should empower the farmer because we need to grow what we eat and eat what we grow. I think that should be better, and that will help to even empower people to work on a serious note. So let the government do that by increasing the agriculture ministry budget. And only again, I think Honorable Fala know that even the CDC, I think he made it today on EBC. So people will not come and say, let Fala know, let Fala know. Fala say, under no condition you will denigrate the CDC or former President Weah. But he know that he admitted it. But he has the right to affiliate and disaffiliate. Yes. That's how I looked at our politics. You have your right to support and not to support. So why people got a problem with him? So when you get somebody now, you should be very tyrannic. And no, that is not working. This is democracy. So you leave Fala alone, let him go where he want to go. Tomorrow, anywhere he want to go, let him go there. Why you force somebody to associate with you? Maybe he does not believe in your ideology anymore. So you should let him rest, let him move. That's democracy. Thank you ever so much.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your input. Again, 0555-101075. You can keep your calls coming. Very shortly, we'll be ending up on the call-in segment, but you can just keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Isop T. Wola, call from Corwin, New Georgia.
Isa, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you so much for what on your mind. I have few things. Number one is concern. Let me use a million to term on the deputy speaker. Thank you so much for your knowledge, your presentation, the morning. We want to hear more, and we have plenty of things because we're just getting people stood up on the CDC side. We're just getting, and we that support the Unity Party, we wanted to get a duty and some more opportunities morning to get more things from Tomofara. So they got some, everybody have now people come from us more to talk. I will not come my brother then to the other side. But mind you, when you get Mela Tomofara leaving your political party, who that for the quickly go election in Mozzarella, Tomofara wanted number one person. They get a like that for Sajusa then that stood for President. We are back in the days. Then you telling us, you're telling the Liberian people that they're not worrisome to the CDC, for all we work with him and we'll stand by him, we'll continue to carry. It's a good name for all we the Unity Party supporter.
So there's no point in time you get money, someone for leaving your party. Even President Wilson is worried. There was series of questions. People call on the radio the money. The people that were against that man today in Syria, they not reach 2 or 3.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your analysis that you're telling us to work on our man.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. 0555-101075 or this final person. I see you as joining us. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you quickly now. You're the final caller.
My name is Macaulay Trevor, calling from Central Johnsonville.
What's on your mind?
I want to know whether some of our against you.
Well, against see?
Yeah, whether they can see whether they are not corrupt now.
No, I know that one. So
no, the reason I ask because we Nigerians we allow politicians, to use us. They come up with an instruction that they say they now they join Unity Party, then Unity Party people happy. So that's asking whether they can see now.
Thank you. That's a great question. Thanks a lot for your input. Well, let me hand controls now over to the CEO, the Boom Breaker, and the Liberian people say they want to hear from you now. It's over to you, sir.
Nelson, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, sir.
I see that Russell is here, but Nelson, well, my computer changed the background. I mean, it's black. Wow. The stream, your background is black, Nelson.
Oh yeah. It's from it's actually from the setting.
Yeah, but who? I mean, I don't like black. I can see good, Nelson. Why are you doing this to me? Can I change it though?
You can change it, but just get used to this one. One is good
No.
too.
When I said I let it in, I'm gonna get used to the one again. And that's even right. Yeah, I mean, you're making me blind. Can we change it?
Yeah, it can be changed. It's just the
Winfrey, your background is black too, right? Your string, your background. But who control my stuff? Nelson? Is that you, James, or who? I mean, we gotta change it, man. So what can I do, Nelson? This is crazy.
It'll be changed shortly.
So it means I'm away shortly. What did I do, Nelson? Like you guys were giving black background.
No, I mean it's
what, my man? Y'all don't do this to me, man. I hate when you do this.
Okay, so I just changed it now.
So
it's white now,
right? Come back. No, let me get out and come back.
No, but I just changed it. Okay, so in case you wanted to do it while you on, you don't even have to go out and come back.
So teach me.
So you can change it from where you have setting. You go to setting.
Yeah.
And then where you have general, but just look down, make sure the where you have general is highlighted, and then you look all the way down.
Wait, general highlighter, yes. I look all the way down. Appearance.
The lower corner you have dark, you have light, and you have auto. So you just click on light. No light. Yeah.
Yeah, remember technology, man. Listen, I'm gonna go. Yeah, man.
You can pay something now for the whole.
My man, you that old school.
I mean, you're still grinding, oh. Is that your microphone? No, is that a microphone? It's grinding. Seriously.
Is it grinding or is it messing with me?
No, it's actually grounding. So I think you can maybe just log out and try to come back. Yeah.
Gotta do research there. But Nelson, thank you very much, man. This is good. You know, give me that background, like don't do this, man. So who did that? Who did that to me? And and that's great though, because now I can see clear. I can see clear. The rain is gone. Yeah, you gonna give me black. Yeah, you would do me like that, man. Yeah, you make me happy now, man.
No, but sometimes it's good to see you, especially when the string is too bright. Then you take the dark theme, it will reduce the light. So it's good too.
No, I let light. I like that now. Only bad people like darkness. Yeah, only bad people like darkness. I like that.
No, man, for the eyes. Is that to
No,
protect
my eye correct. My eye correct. You see me using glasses? Only bad people like darkness, man. What? You put me in serious situation just now. I like, what's going on here? They got trying to kidnap me and assassinate me here and there. I mean, well, be careful, man. But listen, I want to say, so I want to say that yes, indeed, we want to welcome everybody to the show. It's good to have you. Nelson, you know, most of our guys are getting jobs in the government. That's good. Vendetta Patrick, a focal person right now to the Minister of Finance. That's a good thing. He's a focal person. He's a consultant. He's on the Minister of Finance budget. Vendetta Patrick got a new job, ladies and gentlemen. Let me announce that. He will come and talk his own. Riku got a job with the government. That's a good thing. Vendetta Patrick got a job with the government. He's a consultant at the Ministry of Finance under Augustine Clay Gaffan in the office of Tenant Brunson. And that's good. And that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah. That's a beautiful thing for my man, Vendetta Patrick. You know, listen, I'm happy. Let's hear you, my brother Russell.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better. Yeah, it's all right around 85%. You know, it's not 100%. I know it's 85%. So yeah, but I'm giving a quick announcement before we, you know, if you want to do your commercials, you want to do something, come on Spoon Talk, we'll promote you. But can you imagine Russell, Vendetta Patrick is a consultant with the Ministry of Finance, Development and Planning. That's great. I'm happy. I'm happy for him. I hope you can come say the truth tonight, right? And I think you're making around 1,006, 1,008 around there. If you take out taxes, you know, it drop a little bit.
Is it every 2 weeks or once a month?
Every month. Every month.
Okay.
Yeah, every month. Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's monthly, seriously. You got to understand that. I mean, I'm happy. I don't know about you, though. I really want to ask Liberians home and abroad. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Today is the 5th, January 5th. It's a beautiful month. Happy New Year. If I have not said that to you before, Happy New Year to you. But I will say this to you, Russell, I'm happy for BDP, man. It's been a rough 18 years. Oh no, Madam Sari, this boss suffer, you know. Then we went ahead to talk about him under George Manor. They didn't give him anything. They just beat the hell out of him and jail him. And on the just say you my boy guy, you get consultants. Say, what say you, Nelson? I mean, Russell, what say you?
I think it's a good thing. He has something to offer. It sounds like he has you know, something to offer, and so if he can do the work for which he's been hired as a consultant, then that's fine. You know, I mean, but he should say that. You know, he should come out and
that's my point. They should say that, because you got Gaffan hiring all of them. And I think you'll be on Team Gaffan for 2029 when Gaffan ready for president. That a business. I do not support Gaffan, right? But let's be fair. I do believe that it's a good thing for them to give him something, right? And Liberians didn't know yet this. Kind of Bada didn't, you know, hide it. He said, yes, indeed. I get so many consultancy with the government. I'm a professional person. You can laugh at Kanye, you can say what you want to say, but I believe Kanye did the right thing to come out. You can call him a government boom. I don't know who called Kanye a government boom. You know, why would you call Kanye a government boom? Who called Kanye a government boom? Not me. Russell, who called him a government boom? That's it. Not me.
I think it was one of the callers.
The one of the callers. That's it. That's me. Right? And the people know that I'm me. I would never call Kanye a government boom. Though he behaved like a government boom, but I would not call him a government boom. But I think,
So the whole thing started when somebody said they stopped hearing your boom breaker name for a long time. So you said you are the boom breaker, and then someone said, okay, but then the counselor is the government boom, you know, and you know all of that. But yeah.
I mean, to me, I'm happy. I'm happy that these guys can get something going. I will ask Mommy whether Mommy get job too from the government. I will ask Mommy too. And you know, these guys ain't they gotta declare it happily. Russell, they gotta talk about it. There's no need to hide it.
No, you shouldn't hide it. I mean, they should be transparent about it.
You get joined the government, you get joined the government. You get joined the government, you get joined the government. Why are you hiding it?
But I think, is it one of the reasons why, you know, Nelson, you think that they are hiding it? They don't want folks to know? Is it because it may represent a conflict of interest?
On what? Talk to me on
because
what?
they can be here. I mean, full disclosure. I mean, like Kanye has done. Full disclosure. You need to come out and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. So when you take a position publicly on Spoon or anywhere else, so people know that you're not conflicted. That there is no conflict there. That whatever you're saying is honest. Like here, people will tell you if it's Bakari Sellers, for example, and if there is a story or some information about Liberia and he was there as a lobbyist for Liberia, he will openly say, hey, just so you all know, full disclosure, I am a lobbyist for Liberia, blah 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 blah. So you will go there, so you know that or if there is if there is something being discussed about Liberia, he may recuse himself. But many of these guys,
they don't do that. It's something that is why I always get in problem with you. Stop using the American example here. You too Americanized. Also, seriously, you are too Americanized. And I'm getting concerned.
Look at.
Yeah, I am. You got to be able to let them go back to Liberia and think as a Liberian for once. I mean, he got a job. It is confirmed, right?
And that's fine, Stanton. There's nothing wrong with
that.
Yeah.
B, let Kanye back, to say yes. I'm consulting with the government through the National Lottery. We put Kanye in a job, and I respect Kanye for that.
Yes.
So,
but I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Fidel Patrick, and the next person that did something similar, right? Fadiga sent us his consultant car. You know Fadiga now. And then the man said, yes, I'm consulting with the government. So let Fidel Patrick come and deny whether he's consulting with the government or not. Why should he hide it? I mean, this is Mr. Regroup CEO. The man, even at 1,000, the man eating from the government. He can buy his gas, he can pay his cell phone bill, he can pay for his internet. That's something. He can buy his GC Pepsi, that's something. He can buy a lot of stuff for him. And he get other hustle, no problem. But you got the voices of Lawalazu. Thank you for sharing us. The voice of Liberia, and Secretary and Network, thank you. On Spoon FM, Fabric, Super, thank you. We're going to be having a big show today, my people. But I hate when Joseph Boakai gave you something small. I'll tell you the story. That Jesus Christ told his disciples. That was the king. He on a long trip. Guess what happened? He called each one of his 7 and gave them different talents. The first 7, he gave him 5 talents. The second, he gave him 2. The third, he gave him 1. He said, I'm going on the long trip. I give it to you. I come back, see you later. The man went and spent almost 2-3 years. He came back. The first 7 said, sir, you gave me 5 talents. I invested 5 talents. And I make additional 5 talents for you. So while you were gone, this is what I make for you. The man made 5 talent profit. The second 7 came back and said, you know what, sir? You gave me 2. And the 2 you gave me, I made extra 2. So you got profit of 2. Get what the last one said? Nelson, the man that gave 1 talent, so what did he say?
I say, man, keep I know you get problem.
Okay. The man buried his talent. The man buried his talent. The man said, I know you to be a bad man. I know you to be a rich man. The best thing I can do, I will just bury the thing, my man. Papi. Let me bury the thing. I will not say, I will not do nothing. And I will give it to you that you can. The man said, you're a wicked man. I will take it from you. I will take the letter I gave you and give it to the people that are invested. So what is happening here is that it is very important that be the Kayo. And I respect my brother, Councilor Kayo. He's a good man. He's not a righteous man. He'll never be righteous. The man got so many girlfriends, so he cannot be righteous. And, we respect the man. He's a man. He's a Liberian, like myself. We chase the thing. But sometimes you gotta let go when you are responsible, and the man have let you go, he's responsible now. We respect him. But let's talk about the issue. The man say, yes, I consult with the government. That's what I do. I'm a professional man. And people respect that. So Vendetta Patrick shouldn't be hiring that Gafwan didn't give him a job. Gafwan gave you a consultant, said, take it. And, you know, be the fadiga. But they want to say, we want to say hi to all of you. And, you know, this is what we do. My voice is sounding better, right? I get in there, right? Yeah, I am. I get in there. I still drinking juice and Gissy Pepsi. I mean, what do you call Gissy Pepsi? Karen, what is Gissy Pepsi? What's that?
Well, let me say good.
But for saying hi to everybody, but yeah, answer my question, my man.
I mean, I gotta tell the people hello. You're not just coming over.
Look up,
Gissy Pepsi. Yeah, I don't know what I want you talk about. Brother Russell, how are you?
I'm doing good, Brother Balan.
But what is Gissy Pepsi? Now, I always say he loves Gissy Pepsi. What is Gissy Pepsi, Russell? What's that?
That's why you Pepsi. I thought I was speaking, then you want me to.
Oh, I thought you said you don't know what Gissy Pepsi is. I thought you said you really don't know what it is.
I didn't answer that. I mean, of course, I don't know what it is, but I was still speaking.
Can you guess? Can you guess? Can you guess what is Gissy Pepsi?
I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess. I know what I want is.
Can anybody tell what is Gissy Pepsi? Russell, what is Gissy Pepsi?
Palm wine.
Oh, la palm wine? You sure? I really want to know. I don't know. What is Gissy Pepsi?
But you say you were drinking it, so what were you drinking?
Man, when Gissy Pepsi, I drink a Wawa coffee.
So what is Gissy Pepsi then?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know your own Liberian Gissy Pepsi meaning.
Well, you the one brought Gissy Pepsi, yeah.
No, so but the person say Gissy Pepsi that King juice.
What?
They say like that. I think they're trying to say King juice, right?
King juice, yeah.
Okay. Got Gissy Pepsi, all right. I don't know about that one. I'm not going to get in trouble with Vendetta Patrick. Yeah, boy, something happening to him. But I mean, my man, y'all had to thank God for all of you who shared the show. I know that today that Sekou Sherry's birthday. Is it true? I don't know. But again, I want to say to all of you, if that's his birthday, I want to say happy birthday, Sekou. It's good to have you in our corner. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the conversation, they said that Sekou birthday though. Okay. Most of the conversation surrounding our topic for today will be on the decentralization of the National Port Authority. Yes, indeed, it's very, very interesting. It's fascinating. It's getting there. We can confirm to you that the president again has sent the second bill, the same bill that he revised. I can confirm he has sent it back to the Justice Minister for another opinion. We get to it, right? There's a lot of, if we're in, a lot of stuff is happening. When the president signed it, is it a good one for the country? Is it a good one for the countries that host and that have those ports? You got to understand now, it's very important. You got Harport, you got Greenville, you got Grand Bassa, you got Mustarado, right? And they're building other ports as well. But is this thing a good thing for the country? Wherever you find yourself, you got to take a position today. Is it a good thing for the country? And now, what is happening in America? Louis Brown spoke today on the international front. Liberia position on the capturing of the Venezuelan president. You got to understand, right? He was in court today, and it was so enjoyable. Again, he is here under the custody of the U.S. Department of Justice, right? And they will persecute him, right? So, but Liberia took her own position today. We'll get to that. We listen to Louis Brown, we'll talk about it. But something also I want to bring in question, because we got so many Liberians in Minnesota, right? And this Liberian in Minnesota today, the governor said he will not seek re-election. Governor Tim Walz saying, I will not seek re-election because of the fraud scandal that's shaking Minnesota. And with AFL Winfrey Russell, I mean, they are talking about the African immigration, folks, and this is a big one The governor, we got picture and the governor dancing with Winfred Russell, they're taking picture. We'll put that one up. But Winfred Russell will be running for one of the state position. The question is, will this governor resignation affect Winfred Russell, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz? Now, you know that he was on the ticket to be vice president with Kamala Harris now. You know that, right? He's a national figure, not only in Minnesota, in the whole United States, right? Oh, a lot of stuff is coming up. You didn't hear that during the election. But now it's coming up with this effect. And how much will it affect, you know, our immigration folks in Minnesota and that of our brother Winfred Russell? So we're going to be having a really good show today. And all the stuff that is happening in the country, I would like to bring to your attention. Again, we'll try to be in the middle the best way we can. We'll joke very hard sometimes. I just want to know from you, my friend, my fellow, what's going on with the Putu mine? Thank God I got my brother Kanye Bagbala here. I will give some breaking news today about the Putu mine. They have somebody to buy that concession. And you have Liberians group and you have some international group. The same thing is happening. But the government gave this to the Liberian group. I want you to pay attention. And more famous Liberian. He got so many businesses. He runs one of the biggest businesses in the country today. He is going after the Putu mine. Will the government give it to him or will the government take a foreigner? And thank God I got Kanye Bagbala here. We're discussing. I want to say to all of you again, Happy New Year to you. And may God bless you, may God keep you. Let me hear from this great man that joining us today, a beautiful Monday. We may still be under the weather, but we'll do our best to give you the best show. Now, go on your Facebook and share the show. Go on YouTube and share the show. We'll pause for a second. You share the show. Let's discuss the issue. Don't forget, the President's State of the Nation address is coming up. What would President Bouaka say? What would be some of his argument that he will be presenting? Some of his achievement, some of the bread and butter issue, jobs. What would be the president's argument here? Year number 3. What would be the president's argument? Halfway into the administration. I mean, are you thinking about his son? President got to be able to make or break the discussion. And President Joseph Imam Bouaka, is he ready to do that this month, addressing the nation and our international partners? What will be his argument? I'm happy to bring in Russell from Minnesota, Winfred Russell. Let's hear you, my dear friend. What brought you on today? Let's get started. Let's keep this thing going. Let enjoy ourselves before the other Glen people come up. Because Glen come on, they were ready to disrupt us. Yeah. Let's enjoy ourselves, Russell. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. And it's great being on here. Brother Bala, it's great seeing you. Brother Colette Nelson, it's also great seeing you. And to all of our viewers and listeners, I'd like to say thanks for joining us. Please don't forget to share the show. Today, we received some earth-shattering news here in Minnesota. So Stanton, and to all of our listeners and viewers, and to my fellow panelists, I'm not going to be on for a long time. I have to leave. We have a meeting with the deputy governor. We're looking at all of the different political ramifications that this may have on us as an immigrant community, and looking to see how best, politically, we'll be able to get, a Liberian candidate to run for one of these seats. So it's a huge political earthquake in Minnesota politics. This is a Democratic state, but because of these investigation, the fraud investigation, it's causing a lot of headache. There are a lot of headwinds now that we are experiencing here as Democrats in this state. So it's going to hit us. So Stanton, you were right about that in the opening of what you said. It would affect us big time. It's affecting a lot of business owners, a lot of Liberian and immigrant business owners already. But we think we'll be able to weather the storm. I mean, the Liberian immigrant community in this state is very strong. So we're looking for some really strong candidates to support the current governor and whoever may be stepping forward to run for that seat, because the Republicans want to take it over. And if they were to take it over, it's going to be bad for us economically.
Thank you very much, Karen. Welcome to the show, my brother. It's good to see you.
Thank you. It's the same here. Absolute pleasure to be here again to add our voice to the ongoing conversations, both in Liberia and abroad, that can help to improve the country and the world at large. To some extent, I also have been following the decision not to run of Governor Walz. I think his administration has been beset. Quite interestingly, you know, you can even liken it to some of the things that happened in Liberia, beset with, you know, many multiple allegations of ranging from negligence to outright corruption, amongst other things, if I'm correct. And I think in his wisdom, he believes that staying on to contest will be an ongoing battle of having to defend all of these things instead of focusing on his mandate as governor. I think that's admirable. You know, it's something that we should all, I mean, take some lessons from, that at times, sometimes you just step aside for the greater good. I think that's a good one to take into consideration. I also like to then add my voice to the point, CEO, you made about our brother Regroup. I don't know if you've got the evidence, but one thing I know about you, once you start making these comments, then there's some evidence in your hand already. And you're just trying to set the trap so that when Regroup say, oh, I'm not there, then you just say, and get the thing here, I put it on my screen. Yeah, why you want to say all the kind of this, so that the trap you setting for Regroup. But I know Regroup is smart enough, he's not going to fall into that that trap. But the point being is this, and I've always said it, right? I mean, I have gone on record, I consult, right? I have a firm, I have another business, and then besides that, I teach. And I go on the record, if my expertise can be utilized in a particular way, and it happens to be government, I'll take it. I'm a Liberian. If it's in the private sector, I'll take it, especially if I can do it. So I don't know why people are afraid. Yeah, I'm not saying this is the case with Regroup, but if that being the case, I think he should own it and be proud about it, and still have the ability to speak to what he believes is right and proper about, you know, the government, about the country, and all of those things. So that's something to take away. I'm particularly looking towards this port modernization thing. I don't want to run ahead yet because I know we'll get into it. And I'm somewhat still on the fence, because I'm looking at it, I want to look at it from two perspectives. There are those who are arguing greater efficiency if you break it up and you spread it in the counties. But then the question I tend to ask in that regard, and maybe I'm being biased, right, because I come from Grand Judea and we ain't got no ports. So if it's broken up and it becomes, you know, unique to just the counties they come from, in terms of revenue generation, how does it benefit the rest of the country? Because I'm sure there has to be a way where these assets can benefit the country at large. Same way if you have mining in Nimba, it's not only for Nimba. I mean, Nimba will get some of the share, but some money got to go to the government. So it's going to be interesting, you know, as you present it, so we see, you know, what are the pros and what are the cons. But also, interestingly, you know, why President Boyka has elected to veto for the second time. But one thing I can say is that if it does pass, it's going to make the MPA post not as attractive as it used to be before, because there will be a lot of, even though the Monrovia port is still going to be the port to rival in terms of berth and other things and commerce, but it's not going to have that level of attraction again that it had before. So it's something to look at. It's something to have a conversation about, CEO. But yeah, those will be my initial comments on the topic.
Yeah, so but let's get something straight. The president didn't veto the revised second bill that is just submitted to him. So let me make that correction. The first one that was sent to him, he land vetoed, right? And he sent it back to the lawmakers and asked them to make those necessary correction, something that he was concerned about. And then what happened, they make the necessary correction, like they said, they corrected it. They sent it back to him. We can confirm today that the president then sent it over, the Marshall sent it over to the justice minister for second review, and they are awaiting the minister's opinion. Now, it is important. We got some stuff circulating on social media that bill was vetoed. The Marshall is distancing themselves through the justice ministry that the second bill decision from the minister of justice have not yet been made. Okay, so what you see on social media, that wasn't a second opinion from the justice minister. Am I clear, Kanyo? The president sent it today. The justice minister have not come out yet with his second opinion, and the president awaits the justice minister opinion, and that's where we are. So, but we get into the bill because it's some good and some bad, though. And I have my position here, and I've been speaking with people in and out of the government, and I know exactly what makes this thing so unique for the Liberian people. But you're right. Is it only for that country, or it should be done for Liberia as a whole, right? Is it only for Grand Bassa? Should Grand Bassa be the only country that benefit? Should Maryland be the only country that benefit? Should Sano be the only country that benefit? And you get Mosserano. Should Mosserano be the only country that benefit, or should Liberia benefit as a whole? And your own argument and your own concern are very, very important, and that's what we come to discuss tonight. So Mame is coming, Akaris Gray is coming, Dr. Bopler, who love decentralization, will be here. The rest of the team will be joining us, and we'll discuss it. But let's go to our brother Winfred Russell. Let us talk international politics a bit here, right? Team-wise, and Liberians, you get somebody, you got a friend in Minnesota, you got a family in Minnesota. But I like what Kanyo said. This is something so important for Liberia, because what is happening is that it's about Liberia. The decision for this governor to say, I will not seek re-election, Kanyo. I'm not seeking re-election because of the allegation of fraud on my people. What did he do? What was his involvement? And you got to understand, it was because of such reason, maybe, like you see here, the governor say, I'm not seeking re-election. So I go to Russell, a former councilman from Brooklyn Park, the man that know the history in Minnesota. Let's ask him, was this decision unique? And how will this decision affect you as a person and the immigrant community in Minnesota? Russell, can you unmute?
Thank you, Stanton. This was a big decision. I think a lot of people expected it. A lot of folks are not too surprised, considering how large the fraud investigation is, and it's been going on for a long time. And the amount that they are alleging is about $8 or $9 billion. So that's a lot, and that's a lot of money, right? And many of the folks who have already been convicted, some have been sentenced already. They are predominantly Somali immigrants, so African immigrants from Somalia, and so it's a big issue. And many of these folks, many African immigrants here, vote Democrat. They vote with the Democratic Party. They were big supporters of the Democratic Party and the governor as well. So it does cast a shadow, a huge shadow over the African immigrant community here in this state. But the Liberians, for the most part, I mean, just by virtue of just being African immigrants, being Black and African immigrants, that by itself, by extension, we will get affected and we will get impacted, because like the Somalis, we vote overwhelmingly with the Democratic Party, right? So this.
We get a bad feedback from you, Ross. Say, look at somebody doing something in your back. Maybe doors opening, can you control it, or would you have to manage it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I mean, I think you're just looking for G's because
no, Eva, we have a serious conversation. Let the woman come in when she's coming to start cooking, or you close in the dining room area. Just get where your position. You're not too far from our sister. I believe so. I'm not trying to say anything different. But anyway,
why are you trying to put me? Can you?
Yeah, we hear it's somebody opening the plastic bag trying to take off food.
Always trying to put people in trouble. That's how he's saying that.
You're putting people in situation.
I'm a serious number, man. I'm not the only person hearing it.
Official disclaimer to the girlfriend being my henna inside. So I think you were talking first for only him.
I mean, that regular thing is not a bad thing. We are all men, okay? Things happen. But at a certain age, you let go and let go. We did that, we leave that one go. And you can ask Akaris Green. That's why Akaris Green in Liberia and he went in America. You can ask him, you know that very well. But let me come back to the issue though.
Yeah, but I believe all of you.
I'm sorry.
I believe all of you guys on this show, you're all married. For full disclosure, I'm a single man.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm very single. I'm not fishing, but I'm just saying, just full disclosure, just so you know.
Okay, you will get the same trouble, and you know if you're sleeping in the house for that. Go full disclosure.
No, but back to what we were saying.
They got different categories of single.
I know, right? So, Kano, you trying to join you, man?
No, it's an innocent question. Sorry, wife lad.
No, I'm sorry for disrupting you, and I will go back to this governor saying he will not seek re-election. For Emmanuel George that joining us and our brother Akaris Mose Gray, we are on the Minnesota politics, how it's going to affect the immigrant in Minnesota. And actually, our brother is thinking about running for one of the seats in the state. How would this affect him as well? To you joining us, share the show. Let's continue. Brother Russell, please.
Yeah, I would just finish up quickly. Like I said, because for many of you who are listening and watching us, one of the reasons why we are talking about this is because of the direct impact that this may have on the Liberian immigrant community here in the great state of Minnesota. Liberians in the United States, most of us, live in the state of Minnesota. So Minnesota has the largest population and concentration of Liberians outside of Liberia. So it means a lot when we have these kinds of momentous issues going on. I think, Connor, your dad may have, I think he graduated from the University of Minnesota too, right? So there are a lot of connections. Liberians have a lot of connection to the state of Minnesota. So the governor decided to step down as opposed to running for re-election. He was running for an unprecedented third term in office. Third full-year term. But because of all of these scandals that have been going on relative to fraud, he decided to step aside. Okay. And so what does that mean for us as an immigrant group? And so this fraud investigation, many of the folks who, at least as of now, who have been implicated, many of them are Somali immigrants. They're from Africa, as we all know that. And so Liberians are, Liberians. So we are indirectly impacted. And right now, ICE has, they've now sent out information that about 2,000 ICE agents will be deployed to Minnesota. So there's a lot of things going on here in Minnesota. I think you all heard about this video that just came out where this guy went
Can I correct you? You are saying something contrary, though. The news is saying 2,000 FBI agents to investigate this, and you saying ICE agent.
FBI. I mean,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, let me correct. Yeah,
FBI. Yeah, FBI agents, not ICE agent, but FBI agents. So there'll be a lot of there are a lot of activities going on. So Child Care Center, we have a Liberian and her family just building a brand new, from the ground up, brand new Child Care Center in Minnesota, for example. And many of these Child Care Centers, as you may know, they get federal dollars, they get federal assistance. So all of the money, everything has been stopped. So the implication is huge for us. We have a community that is about $1 billion strong economically. The Liberian community in Minnesota is about $1 billion strong. So we are a major part of this. So that is going to affect us in so many different ways. 75% of the allied healthcare workers in the state of Minnesota are Liberian immigrants. So when you have the FBI here coming and launching this a major investigation throughout, the state, obviously, is going to hit us. Now, politically, Stanton, as you were saying, politically, so what we have to do is that we're building relationship with other community groups, with the mainstream white community groups and the Asian community groups and other community groups. So I know some of the spillover from this investigation and the targeting of Somali immigrant is going to indirectly affect us. So there's no question about it. So how we go around that, that's what's going to have to be clever, how we go about doing that. And that is to build alliances and relationship with other immigrant community groups or other racial community groups for that matter. But there's no question about it. It's going to affect us. Like I said to you all earlier, I'll be leaving early because I'm going to meet with the lieutenant governor. That's like the deputy governor of the state. Will be at an event. So there's a huge political conversation taking place now. So we are looking for Liberians who have the gravitas, the political savvy, the intellect, and the competence to step up to run for one of these positions. I mean, the Somalis could, but they probably won't because of the situation. But the Liberians could too as well. So
are you in a serious political situation?
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not in any serious political situation as far as I know. But like you acknowledge, this will have a residual effect on us as an immigrant group. I have great relationship with the mainstream community and all of that, but you never know. I mean, it's a fast moving issue. And it's I'm not going to sit here and say okay and just blow it off and dismiss it and there's nothing is going to happen. It's a huge implication. It's going to have a huge implication on us politically and economically too, for that matter.
So can you acknowledge that there's a fraud within the system? Like the government is saying in Minnesota, a serious big issue of fraud, and because of that, the governor he's not seeking re-election.
Yes, I mean that's because all of this fraud, this stuff happened on his watch. Okay, and so he's taking full responsibility. And I think one of the lessons here to learn for us is that when you are a public official and you have these kinds of corrupt practices or alleged corrupt practices happening under your watch, you have to take, full responsibility for it. I mean, people will step aside, they will step down. I mean, they were not personally involved, but this stuff happened, under their watch. And so he's doing a responsible thing. I think it's good for Democrats that he decided to take ownership of it and step aside. So that gave opportunity to a Liberian or somebody else to step in to run for one of these positions.
My last question will bring the guys. Which one of the Liberians out there you are talking about, you're thinking of, you guys will be talking to?
I mean, there are many of them. I mean, we have Cisse Goya. We have, Conor Gray is right there too. We have Milton Massaquoi. We have some females. We have Yakase Weyi. There are a number of prominent, Liberians in the state that could step up and run for any one of those positions. I mean, especially with the name recognition. The former mayor of Brooklyn Center, for example, Michael Elliott, he could also run or put his name in the hat. But there are a lot of players. There are a lot of folks are calling on Amy Klobuchar to run. So we'll see what happens. But right now, people are jockeying. They're jockeying in. But the Democratic Party in Minnesota is wounded. And so, but the good thing is that the governor decided to step aside so that the party does not continue to bleed as a result of these fraud investigations.
Will you be running?
I'll be running for the
governor's seat.
Not for the governor's seat, but for the House of Representatives. But the district that includes and encompasses Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center. So I'll be running for that. But there are several other high-profile positions here, like I said, that Liberians can step up. You see, one of the good things is that the Liberian community, unlike, say, other places in the U.S., we have a really large, progressive community, politically active community. So, and we are known. We are known and we are active. So, I mean, any one of us who step forward to run.
Do you think any Liberian involved with this Medicaid, Medicare fraud in Minnesota?
Not that I know of. There's no information that's come out that pointed to any Liberian organization or any Liberian group, even though there are many, many Liberians who have assisted living facilities, who have, there were many, many Liberian-owned businesses here. But as far as I know, as all of the information that have come down, even the child care center and all of that, all of the stuff that have come down, no Liberian immigrant that I know of has been implicated.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Share the show. Let's make progress. We have our brother Winfred Russell. We are in Minnesota with the Minnesota politics, which is so important because the largest population of Liberians in Minnesota, especially Brooklyn Park. We are talking about the governor now who's saying he will not seek re-election. This is big though, because he was the VP to Kamala Harris while they were running, and Donald Trump won that election massively. So again, we want to say to all of you that it is indeed important to talk about this and how this will play in Liberia on the politics. We'll get to it. But let me bring in my brother Kanyo. Kanyo, do you have questions for our brother Russell, or your take on this issue?
Yeah, I think mine. Brother Russell was quite exhaustive and insightful in his feedback on the matter. So no questions. I think what I may add is the potential ripple effects, especially when he spoke about the fact that a lot of immigrants, including Liberians, and he referenced, my father used to be quite active in that space many years ago. And it's always been, I think, one of those first places that Liberians sort of clustered in the early days. And so you have, massive immigrant community that, most times pro-Democrat. And the current situation. Like for me, like you saw when you spoke about the Venezuela thing, I told you said I had very minimal comments because I tend to not at least try to meddle in matters that involve, other countries, so to speak. But the immigration climate that currently exists in the U.S., especially with ICE investigating backgrounds, investigating how people got to the U.S. And I recall there was a period in Liberian history. I mean, I wasn't one of those who stayed. Even when I went to Europe and other places, I came back. But there was a period in Liberian history where, we were on the refugee camps and people were like signing up to names and doing resettlement, taking on different names, doing a lot of things to just get out of the mayhem. And for me, I don't think it's about criticism about the process, but people were dying, people were in dire straits, and they were leaving. And how does it relate to all of this? So when you have a major shake-up like this, where a lot of investigations are ongoing, you never know where the paper trail is going to end. People might be looking for fraud, looking for other stuff, and then they end up with, documentation. Many years ago, some people wanted to say 10 years, 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, and people start looking at, documentation that you used to get there, all sorts of things. And the next thing you know, you start hearing about deportations. So this is something to approach cautiously. I agree. The other angle is to also find qualified Liberians and immigrants that are prepared to engage, like Brother Russell said, with the mainstream structure in a very robust, but also a knowledgeable way about how you can mitigate, some of these things. Already you have, the federal government not very pro immigration. This is a reason to just cut back on any kind of funding that could go to immigrant communities. So I think there's a lot going on there for us to think about. And the last aspect I will point out is, I know now that the country is in a different space, more than 20 years after the first, post-conflict democratic elections. But a lot of people still live on remittances from abroad. And I'm sure those of you who live in the US, can attest to the fact that you are the mainstay of a lot of people in Liberia. Relatives look up to you every month to send that control number. Now there is SendWave, so you can't even escape. It goes straight to the phone, mobile money. And people depend on a lot of people abroad. So just imagine if you are Liberian back home, and your dependable uncle or brother or sister is put on a flight and deported. I mean, you can imagine the effect just on remittances. So I think there's a lot of angles there to look at and to think about. So it may not be directly in Liberia, but it definitely could have a huge ripple effect on Liberia, depending on, what comes out. So it's something to watch, but that's what I will add.
Yeah, I mean, this is Russell before bringing in Colin Gray. Russell, you and can you tell us who are in the picture over there?
They were just we were at the labor union Christmas party. So just for information, I don't. Many of you may not know this. But in the state of Minnesota, it's the only place in the U.S. In the state of Minnesota, the Democratic Party is called the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, DFL. So when you hear DFL, that means Democrats. So the labor union and farmer union, farms and unions and all of that, they are a major backbone, a major part of the Democratic Party in the state of Minnesota. So the union and the Democratic Party establishment is like one in the same. So we were at the labor union Christmas party, and the lady to the governor's right is a Liberian. Her name is Frida Daniels. She's a labor organizer. As a matter of fact, she's even been to Liberia and organized the Firestone Labor Union and other folks there. And the other lady, the lady in the middle there, she is a labor organizer too as well, but for one of the other labor unions, I think a teacher labor union, and then of course Winfred Russell. So we're just hanging out. I know the governor very well personally. He knows me, and we work together on a number of issues, especially around immigration. We work very closely on trying to push that bill through that gave a lot of Liberians citizenship. So it's very sad what is happening, but I think he did the right thing by deciding to not run for re-election, and gave us an opportunity to push someone else through so that the Republicans don't take over the state.
Okay, so guys, like you see here, who's the gentleman? Because I think, who's the gentleman on the far right?
The gentleman on the far right, his name is Jorge Martinez. He is a Democratic Party official from the northwest suburbs. That includes Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center and Frickley and Maple Grove and those suburbs. So he's a party operative. He's a local party operative. And then, of course, there's Freda Daniels, then Governor Walz.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring in our brother Karis. Karis, let's stay in Minnesota for a minute. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say good evening to all. Mr. Russell provided a first-person point of view because he lives there. He been in the system. He's in the system, and fair enough, he spoke about the spillover effect when it comes to the Liberian community. We pray that our Liberian brothers will be safe. We pray that they will overcome this. There's nothing so insurmountable that cannot be overcome. Also, I will urge Liberians in that vicinity, especially in Minnesota, since they are going to an election, the governor is stepping down, they need to rally around a single candidate. And Liberians, like Mr. Russell said, that are interested in other key top positions. I guess those are elected positions that he's talking about. I think they should put aside their differences and look for singular candidates. Have a conversation among themselves. And just look for Liberians. For me, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's a political party issue. It's about protecting the interests of Liberians. And if some of the people are deported, some of them lost their jobs and can't work, it will have an effect definitely on the Republic of Liberia back home here. So I don't have much to say, but I pray that they hold together as Liberians and push candidates that are very winnable and acceptable credibility in those elections. Thank you.
No, thank you, Greg. It's good having you. Emmanuel?
Yes, Stanton. I have an idea and an understanding of what is going on in Minnesota in the minds of the immigrant population in that state. Those of us who live as refugee in various refugee camps and in different countries, we understand when these things happen. Personally, in 1997, when the BM boys went to Cote d'Ivoire, to Benin Republic, and they defraud one of the high-ranking military officer wife, I was arrested at the cement border, the Benin side, and put in prison just because of that. I was detained for about 6 hours because I was carrying a Liberian passport. I had no knowledge about what was going on, but I was detained for 6 hours because I had a Liberian passport. And so I have a great understanding. It's a traumatic situation when you have people who are fraudulent and they are immigrants. It's difficult for every immigrant population. First of all, it's difficult to live in another person's country. And then added to that, you are highlighted and everything about you is being investigated. It's a tough and challenging situation our brothers and sisters in Minnesota are faced with. But every problems, every adversity has opportunities in it. And I hope they will rally around and discover where the opportunities are. The governor has stepped down. He did the right thing. He's doing the right thing, rather. The Democratic Party in that state will have to rally around and see. They have been tested several times by the Republican in the last couple of elections. So it's not that it's just a smooth sailing. But my major concern is not the politics of what will happen in Minnesota, is the traumatic situation that is going on in the homes of immigrants population in our state of Minnesota. So there's only one country I've already traveled to and felt a little bit relief, and that country was the United Arab Emirates in Dubai, where being a foreigner is not seen as a attack of taking their land, because the way they have their immigration system set up, there is no way a foreigner can be seen as someone taking something from them. But almost every country, whether it's a Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana or Nigeria or Europe or here in the United States of America, you're first of all trying to assimilate in a society, and then you have this extra burden of scrutiny. It becomes challenging, it becomes difficult. So I send prayers to our colleagues out there in Minnesota, and hopefully this thing will pass away as every other thing, and that those who are involved will be caught, they will be prosecuted, and the community will be able to breathe a sign of relief and get back together.
Let me ask you before I leave here, and I know this is a big situation, but when you have Russell running for that seat, but the other important thing here is that the governor, Tim, smelled something, and what he smelled, he realized that, yes, like Russell said, I don't want to be a burden, let me let this thing go. So many politicians in America today, they would do such a thing. But in Liberia, it's kind of different. All right. You can go across the aisle. They find themselves in a situation, they will stay there, they will fight it on, they will lie, they will defend themselves. But yeah, in America, the procedure, the party come together and say, man, we got to take a decision here. And that's what is happening. That's exactly what is happening. We would look at the speaker today in Liberia with all the allegations upon him. You got people saying, well, that in America, that in Liberia, that I meant business. That meant situation with America. But, what say you? Just quick 30 seconds.
What? Any serious politician, any serious person who is in a position for the people and believe they are working with the people, always look at the greater good. You look at the bigger picture. I think what Governor Wise is doing right now, he knows that there is a lot of scrutiny on his state and scrutiny on him. He's trying to remove himself from the system in order to reduce that level of scrutiny on this thing has been going on for almost 2-3 months now, right? And you had the first situation with the situation of there was another fraud situation that involved the Somali state population. There where it started from, and now it been trickling down, and it's going out to people questioning him as whether he's a good leader of that state. So he had to pull himself out. But what happens in Liberia is that, one, you do not have, when our leaders find themselves in such a situation, we do not have those strong voice speaking to them. In fact, we in the political party would be the first group of people to cover them, shield them up. We refuse to see the shame that comes to the nation, but we see it as someone is wish hunting this person, even though the picture is very clear. Is very clear to us. And since you bring it up, I will end on this note that I've been trying to say on the show concerning this issue of this speaker. What is important and what gets to me is that some of these very people who are shielding the speaker, when it was out of their mouth that some of them spoke against my political leader, Mr. Alexander Cummings, accusing him of being a gay. Someone who have been married for over 40 years, have a case and have no outer of accusation against him, even for sexual something with a female. But yet still you have someone who has said that it is his sister, his own press statement. The press statement of his chief of staff says it's his sister. And his sister came on the air and said, I slept with my brother, committed incest. But we are not angry about that. That's what gets to me. Why are we not angry about this situation? But many of you who are shielding this situation, your mouths were wide open, talking against a decent man. But someone who are publicly said that he's indecent, many of you are quiet about it. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much for raising that. I'm going to bring in Dr. Bobla. Dr. Bobla, welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Stanton. It's good to be here. Happy New Year to all my friends. Happy New Year to those who watch, who listen, who engage. Let's keep talking, one conversation at a time, one constructive action at a time. We'll change our country. So we have a new opportunity. It's called 2026. So we look forward to what is. Um, you know, Governor Tim Walz for Minnesota, a very popular governor, and so his decision not to go for re-election obviously is a big deal in the state. But what I see in there is, you know, personal integrity, the fact that there's life beyond political office, and you preserve part of your legacy, and sometimes by handling crisis, by averting the crisis. So in other words, you know, you see this coming, people started talking, and there's no need to move forward. Integrity demands that you step aside. It's public service, it's a high calling, and it's a lot of noise about the fraud scandal, other things. So his stepping aside, to me, is a good thing. You know, there's some of us, CEO, who behave like the only place to work is in the government. But the truth is, everybody can work for government, but the government must work for everybody. And I think Tim Walz is doing the right thing. But I like what Russell said. Russell said some very important things earlier. He talked about the economic power of Liberians in Minnesota. The truth is, economics is the one thing, and the market is the one thing that America understands well. And you can leverage that in different ways. So I think the community should organize themselves. He also said that they would network with other immigrant groups and other minority groups. I think that's important so that they can be able to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. And I want to encourage him and any Liberian who want to run for office to do so. The truth is, to affect policy, you can be an advocate for policy, or you can be a policy maker. So Liberians have the numbers, they need the organization, and Liberians need to learn to give, Stanton, to good causes. You know, every time campaigns are being run, I give a lot of money. And people say, oh, man, you give a lot of money to campaign. Yeah, I'm not running, but I give to people who I believe can make a difference. You know why? Because politics going to affect all of our lives. So Liberians need to put their money where their aspirations are, where their heart is, so that they can elect some Liberians to make decisions. And what happens in Minnesota can affect what happens in Liberia. More Liberia in position of power, authority in the United States is good for our country. So we look ahead to see what comes next, not just in Minnesota, but what happens on the ground as we press into a brand new year. And I remain hopeful that this year will be better than the year before.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobler. It's good to have you on. Guys, we got a lot to cover on this show today. It's a big show. As you join us, please share the show. We are on Minnesota politics because of the massive immigrant in Minnesota, especially from Liberia. And the governor saying he will not seek re-election. We will finish with that. We're going to come up to the National Port Authority decentralization bill. A lot of stuff is happening. We get fresh information on that. We discuss it. We talk about it. We speculate on the president's SONA. This one, the president is giving the SONA to the nation and the international partners. We're going to speak about promises that were made by, Speaker Coon about $20 million to JFK. But the budget passed, we didn't see any $20 million. We'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about other issues that is affecting our country. This is a great thing for us all. And we want to say again, thank you for joining us. Let's have a good time on the show tonight. I'm going to come to you, Conor Gray. You from Minnesota. Let's hear you, Conor Gray. What say you on this Minnesota politics?
A good day, Stanton and fellow panelists. Stanton, before we proceed, there's a Diamond Zikeme Dolo in the commentary using profanity. I want you to take a look at that. Okay.
Let me take a look at that. When you see it, just screenshot.
When you follow that commentary, I think you'll be on the show.
Yeah, but they don't have to be using those kind of words.
No, I don't. I'm used to it. I'm a soldier.
If they go violent, then we got to delete them.
This is going because it's repetitive, and this is going too far. I've been on the show too long, so I'm a shock observer to that. But let me say this: you asked a question if a Liberian, if any Liberian was affected. Yes, 2 weeks ago or 3, a Liberian was arrested for some of the charges of using, for federal funding the wrong way. And that Liberian is still in jail. I understand. He was picked up after he returned from Liberia. He's been monitored, so he was picked up by the FBI for that reason. So a Liberian is in jail, for this same situation. But in my opinion, I think Liberians and other immigrant population would be the target. This is a target, I use my military mind. What is the end result of all of this? The Democratic base in the state of Minnesota is solid, and the belief that it's been influenced by the immigrant population. So if you want to target the base for which the Democratic DFL organization has become so successful over the years, for instance, what is happening here does not necessarily is happening in neighboring Wisconsin, because Wisconsin has been a steady Republican base. This is a Democratic base. So I would have loved to see our governor withstanding the test of time. The reason I say that, this happened many years ago with Al Franklin. The moment he was shaken, he gave up his seat. And later on, I started saying, I should not have given the other party that have done something even worse, for which they still sustain them in power. But I can urge any Liberian immigrant who intends to go into this to go into this with purity. I mean, I like what Councillor Gbala said. You may have forgotten something in your past that you should have said no to, but you say yes. When you're going to politics like this, and the target of the other side is to make sure to dwindle the chances of anybody who coming to replace the governor, you should check your past very carefully. Sometimes some of the things you can't even remember, but these people have a way of digging stuff up. So if Governor Walz is leaving the scene, which I would have loved for him to stay on and fight, because this is a spillover effect from the last election. He's just a collateral. If he's not in the seat, definitely the other side gains momentum, because anybody who gets there will be thoroughly scrutinized, and it takes one issue for them to dwell on it and then bring you down. So, Stanton, the only thing I can say is this is a test of time. I'll urge the governor to stand the test of time. That's why he's governor. If you give up, this state is gone to the other side forever.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'll urge us now to dwell on that Coon issue, because that will put us on the limelight, Stanton. That Coon issue. I'll ask us now to dwell on the Coon issue, because that will put us in the state on the limelight. Liberians are favorite right now. They're favorable to the power that be. But remember, it takes one issue.
Thank you. I don't think we should cherry pick whether it is the Coon issue or not and an issue. But thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let me bring you my brother, Chief Fubi. Let's say that it's very important for us to play the governor a statement today, and we want to just close up on it. A lot of folks watching right now, they are reaching out to us because it's a good thing. I think this is politics, fair politics, and nobody in that place acts, but you can see it. Let's listen to Governor Tim Wise.
Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year. Election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more of that in Minnesota. In September, I announced that I would seek a historic third term as Minnesota's governor. And I have every confidence that if I gave it my all, we would win the race. But as I reflect on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a political campaign my all. Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I mean, that's a great position, and the governor state found himself in a situation with the federal government. And the best thing to do for the governor to set aside, I think strategically, this is pure good democracy we are seeing here. And this is good, not only for America, I hope this can be in Liberia as well. But I doubt that you ever see this position in Liberia, Fubi. You will never ever see it. I mean, these are reasonable people, and they know exactly what lies ahead, and they will take a decision in the interest of the party, the state, and the country first, than in their own personal interest. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening. And like you said it right. You know, it's a good practice, but for Liberia, you won't see that because, firstly, the people themselves hail the criminals. They celebrate the criminals, and so you will not see people in government that even alleged corruption charges, even stepping down for any reason. They will all their supporters will come to start to pump them and give them reason why they should stay. And that's why you see the country is so messed up. You know, people at those kind of places, they can do anything and get away because they will have tons of supporters cheering them up and thinking that that's the right thing to do. And, you know, but I think the governor did the right thing. And like you said, like other people were saying, it's an open door for other people also to take advantage of the opportunity, you know, to go in. And if the Liberian community and other immigrants can take advantage of that, and you know, Russell and all the other guys say that's something good, rally the support of your base and see how you can take advantage of that opportunity. But it's good when you have this kind of corruption under your watch. Most times people with credibility and integrity, they will step aside to give others the chance because they don't want that kind of cloud hanging on them. But you doubt you will not see that happening in our own country. You know, it's sad. I think the only person that set that example recently was Amin Bodad. With that noise over the car, he chose to leave the office. He could have stayed on. Nothing was going to happen to him. Well, at least he did the honorable thing. Say, with all this noise, let me take the back seat and let somebody else run the show. But I think it's a good thing, and we should encourage people like that in our society. When you have noise over your head for wrong policy advice and wrong practices or corruption, the best thing to do is to step aside and give others the chance to run the show. I think the governor did the right thing. I don't know the full details of the story, so I would not dwell into that, but I think the step that he took was in the right direction. And we encourage people to do that and encourage Liberians to stop holding criminals in government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Vandela Patrick, welcome to the show. My brother, let's hear you on this Minnesota story.
So I'm happy that we are discussing politics of the United States. But I don't know what Liberians, especially at home, seek to benefit, because the purity of democratic processes in the United States is so significant as to whether we'll learn from what I just listened to. But I'm sure just for the sake of exchange of ideas, but it's not going to have a significant impact on our lives, specifically in the case of our politicians. But I'm just disappointed that by this time, I would have expected that a prominent Liberian would be next in line to replace this governor, given the historical tie Liberia has had with the United States and the level of opportunities that have been given to Liberians way back since the 60s. I lived in Minnesota for 2 years, and the dominant population of Liberians, if to say they are deeply connected and they have that political vision that one day one of them can be governor, can be a senator or representative in the Congress or in Congress, who have been better. This man, he valued his career, he valued his family. An issue of corruption came upon him. He said, you know what? I'm going to step aside. It's an honorable thing to do. But again, CEO, what do we seek to learn from here? Because some of us who are really celebrating this man, he did well, he acted in full concert with the Lord of morality, everything is fine. Some of us will be quoting, will be making references right here, celebrating criminals. The people who killed us during the war, we're standing with them. People who looted state resources, we are singing praises to them. In fact, during the election, we will say, this is our own, your own, that your own. Even if your own is a thief, a crafty criminal, we say my own and my own. So for me, I don't feel happy discussing this matter because I want to discuss issues that will be reflected in our daily lives. But we just talk about other people, good political system, but back home,
Thank you.
It's a different thing. Well,
Thank you, Vendetta. It's not about the governor of Vendetta. It's about the group of Liberians that live in Minnesota. It is about the situation in Liberia. I care less about Governor Tim Wise. It's not about him. The pressure that came down upon the folks that led to him not seeking re-election. That's what we're talking about. Whether he governor or not, what I have to do with me. But we are talking about Liberians and how this is affecting Liberians. Liberians in Minnesota, they carry one of the largest population. You know that. You know, the spillover effect on them. And, you know, our brother, Councilman Russell will be running again. Would that affect him? But you came on the show late when we asked him, he explained his own reason. And that's why we are discussing it. It's not about Tim Wise or whether he will run, whether he will not run. No. But Mame, let's finish up with you. Let's hear you, Mame. It's good to see you on. Let's hear your take on this, and then we'll move on to our national issue, Liberia.
Yeah, I mean, we got good lessons to learn from what the governor did. One of that lessons is he is not stepping down because of noise. We need to be careful with that. He's not stepping down because of the noise. He's stepping down because of the evidence. So the noise is there, it's being all around, but he's stepping down because of the evidence that he himself, amidst all the noise, able to establish evidence of the different frauds. So based on that, he's saying, I will not continue to run. But there are two things he's saying there. Saying, I want to focus on beginning to address the problem. So he has acknowledged that there is a problem, not just noise. People should not be resigning because of noise. Because people will just create noise, tell people to go resign. But there's a genuine issue, evidence. And on that basis, he's saying, let me take the election off my head. I can't be focused on election. There's a serious problem here that have been created. Let me pay attention to it for the remaining of my period and see how I can try to get it working better. so other people can focus on election. I just wanted to put that on, and then in 30 seconds, he's stepping aside because he believes there is option outside of being a governor. All the years he served as governor, he created options in the private sector, in other sectors, that when he leaves governor, he can still be comfortable and live comfortably. But our politicians, they make 12 years, 18 years, nothing. So when they come back, the only thing they fight for is to run back in government, because they've not all the years they spent in government, the decisions they make, the policies they make, the legislation they pass, their weak oversight create a situation where there is no good livelihood opportunity outside government. So they will kill human beings to go back in government.
Stanton, real quick, 10 seconds.
Go down to Booklet, make it real quick, sir.
So the moment's point about why the governor resigned, we should also note that the governor has not been accused of anything. There's no indictment, nothing. But that's where integrity and leadership come in. Honestly, I think here in Liberia, we can learn a lot from that. When you're responsible, the buck stops with you. And I think it's an honorable thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much to all of you. I want to say thanks for joining Spoon. Let's share the show. It's always good to have you as you come and say your own. We are here to listen to you. I think the overall message is that we have system here in America. We hope we can have such system in Liberia, right? The governor didn't wake up one morning and say, I'm not seeking re-election. The governor said he consulted people from the party. So, my man, when they stay hanging over you, we'll be having a talk fight. I don't think you should be the man to go again, right? They advised him. He listened. He didn't say, I'm the governor. Whether you care or not, I'm running. No, he listened. For the sake of the country, for the sake of the state, for the sake of the people, he said, you're happy. I'm going to step aside. I'm not seeking re-election. It's very important. Now we're going to come down to what is happening in Minnesota. But how would this affect Russell? Russell just told you that he's going for a meeting. They're not going to sit back and talk yama to put together something. But overall, this cannot be Liberia under this condition. That doesn't matter. George was right. When you have a speaker nationally saying, I married my sister because I wanted to be a citizen of the United States. I gave her $10,000 to my sister. The sister said, we're not related. He said, no, we are related. And I said, owe her $25,000. And we say, keep such a speaker there. We are in trouble as a nation. We are in trouble as a nation. And that's the importance of a good nation. These people see something. My brother talked about Franklin. Yeah, they asked Franklin to step down when the allegations were made. They said, oh man, when you finish your thing, come back. If the man know that he's innocent, he will come back and run again. But they asked him to step down. Step aside. We don't want embarrassment. We don't want distraction. But we can have it in Liberia, my friend. To each his own. We are not perfect, but as we strive towards perfection, we should do the right thing. So on this note, we move. And I want to say, all of you, welcome to the show. Let's share the show. Let's make progress. That's the Minnesota politics. And we'll continue to talk about this issue. Follow the news. And, you know, the situation in Venezuela is very important. We'll be playing Louis Brown's statement, the Liberian government position through the permanent representative, Louis Brown. We'll come to that. We'll play later. Louis Brown spoke today. Now, Louis Brown started with what? He started with AU, EU. Well, Liberia have our own position here, or Liberia is a helping verb on one of these organizations. What Liberia on a position at? Liberia want to come out and talk. You want to come and talk a business. Don't link around with AU and EU and ECOWAS, no. But Louis Brown took a position. We will play that position later, and that will be our third conversation for today. I hope you had a chance to listen to Ambassador Louis Brown, the Liberia permanent representative to the UN. That's a unique one, right? Liberia moving as a helping verb. We have beyond EU, we have beyond AU, we have beyond ECOWAS, and say that our own position. What's your position? Are you okay that Donald Trump went to Venezuela and captured the president of Liberia? What's your position? Yeah, give us your position. But we get to it and want to say thank you for joining us. And today, the Venezuela president was in court, and he committed himself to the system, the Department of Justice system here in America. He was in New York. We watched it on TV, and we have a time to speak to that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's make progress. We also talk about your expectation on the president sooner. What you expect the president to say? Are there any gains? Are we achieving something? But right now, today, you've been following the put decentralization bill. As of today, as of the last 30 to 45 minutes, I can confirm on the show, the president received the revised edition of the decentralization bill from the Capitol building. They sent it to him. He received it. And he sent it back to the Justice Minister. I can also say, from all of our sources, the Justice Minister have not given their second opinion yet on the bill. Every opinion you see flying from the Justice Ministry was the first opinion that led the president to send that bill back to Yombly and her team, that they should revisit it and make this correction. But on the revised edition that was sent to President Bouakai, the Justice Minister have not taken a position on it yet. So let's hear you. What's the issue? I'm going to start with my brother Gray, and I'm going to move around the table. The issue about this decentralization bill, you got 4 ports right now that we're talking about. The port in Greenville, the port in Hartport, the port in Buchanan, the port in Monrovia. Is this thing a good thing for Liberia? Or somebody just put it in politics? What's your say? And after my brother Akari Spirit will come to Mambe and we'll move around the table. I hope you have the chance to read it. We'll put all the information in the chat room. Read it. Who's going to benefit? Who's not benefiting? Is Yombly as a protein doing it for Liberty Party or Yombly? Or Yombly doing it for Liberia? And I'm going to take a different position tonight. What is the vice president position on this? What's the government position? You will say the government position, Bouakai position, and vice president position. That's true. But I got something to tell you. Akari Gray, let's hear you. You've been following this. The president received it. He sent it to the Justice Ministry. Then what? Representative Gray.
Yeah, so no, that talk is the put decentralization bill. Because when we say decentralization bill, then we think about the national decentralization. So the 2018 National Decentralization Act calls for further decentralization across the country. Whether the port, whether other entities, etc., for local.
There's something wrong with your microphone, though. We're getting heavy noise from you.
You're getting noise from me?
First, yeah, but you coming with.
Then let me.
You got fan blowing, you got something, or just your.
Nothing.
Make some adjustment, or maybe go out and come back in, please.
Yeah, but there's nothing on here. Okay.
All right, we'll come back to Akari's place. Emmanuel, you take Akari's place, then we'll bring in Abula till Akari's can return. What was your take on this whole bill? And the Liberian people need to know, because it's very important, something about this bill that we got to speak to. What's your take?
The president vetoed the bill on many counts.
Is that you, Mame? I want to bring in someone before you. Let's bring in Dr. George. Dr. George, go ahead.
Okay. This is Mame baby, so it's good to speak. But yeah, the president, I will take off on what Mame says. The president vetoed the bill. First of all, he said that he talked about legal regulatory overlap, that the functions that belong to the Liberian Maritime Association was overlapping with the function given to the new organization. He would talk about the structural deficiencies, the over-bloating of the member of the board, which they reduced in the new bill from 9 to 7, just removed 2% as we discussed extensively the last time. And I was kind of a bit shocked today when one of the senators, I think Senator Beverly Brown from Maryland County, if I'm not mistaken, raised that issue, that the bill, after he has read it, did not cover most of what the president vetoed and sent back to them. And I think the lead on the bill said that the president amendment had to do with changing titles and other. I was very shocked with that. And I will end on this note by asking our senators, please spend some money and hire good people in your offices. Because coming publicly to make that kind of statement when every one of us can read what the president vetoed, and just speaking that is titles and other things that there was changes that had to be done, minor changes. No, they were not minor changes. And I believe that if Senator Blebo Brown is correct. The president is definitely going to veto this bill for the second time because the changes he asked for and he requested for seems not to have been placed in the new amended bill that have been sent to him.
Have you seen both, Emmanuel? I mean, let's be fair with the conversation, though. Have you seen both, Emmanuel? Have you seen the old one and the new one, the correction?
We did have an extensive conversation on the new one. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we did have conversation on the old one. So what a line by line. I think we ended by saying that they were going to do the right thing by the changes that it did. But I guess we had an extensive conversation, I think 2 weeks ago or a week ago on how the new bill look like.
Now the old bill came back, the revised one, the corrected one. Have you seen it?
Again, I have not 100% seen it, but I believe 2 weeks ago we had something that we had a conversation around when we're looking at the structure of the new bill that you put in the chat room.
Okay, but you have not seen the new one. You have not made your own comparison judgment yet.
No, not 100% putting them line by line, but I'm looking at.
Okay, but I think you got to look at it because I don't think you're helping us tonight, my man. The people send it in to the lawmakers. The lawmaker receive it. They say they change something on it. And what they change on it, you say you don't see it, but you think you went.
I'm saying we discussed it extensively 2 weeks ago when we talked about the structure. We had it on the show. We talked about the structure.
Yeah, we did, and that's why it went back to Youngbley. That's why it went back to Youngbley. That's why Youngbley, the House of Representatives, the Senate said, you know what? We are going to go through it. We've seen the president line veto. We've seen the president letter, and I'll put all up tonight. And the president concerned about almost 7 to 9 different items that he laid out. Did the lawmakers then satisfy the president concern? That's what I'm asking you. Did they satisfy the president concern?
No, they did not 100% satisfy it, but we did talk about, we spent a lot of time looking at that structure. When we look at, and I made an example in my conversation. When we look at the members of the board, where the old bill had 9 and the new one has 7, we did look at that about 2 weeks ago on this show.
Okay, let me go ahead and get for Akaris grade. Now then we'll bring in Mame. We got to bring in Kari Bala Dr. Bople, who is so strong on decentralization. Though it's not a general one, but this is about the port, and they are connected. Something is happening though. Who fighting for who? In whose interest should we talk about this whole bill? Is it about country? Is it about personal interest? And Liberians, you got to be part of this. And we want to hear you. We'll open the line early for us to hear you. You got to be part of this because something is happening. President Baga, I say we got to decentralize the pool. Everybody says it's a good idea. Now what happened? The president said, I want X, Y, and Z in it. People are coming back to say you will have X, but you can't have Y. Some people say you get Y, but you can't have Z. So in whose interest now let's see, is somebody trying to gain something here? Akaris, let's hear you. What's going on? Before we bring in Abula Mambe, my brother Kanyo Bagbala, and the rest of the team. What's going on, Akaris? You serve as a lawmaker. Let us up to speak.
I'll be very deliberate and definitive. Look, the Port of Monrovia is no one's personal property or farm. That is the NPA. And once a president, not necessarily President Boakai, land veto a bill, it provides the recipe for conversation between the two branches of government. That means the president disagrees with certain phrases, certain words, or certain paragraph, or whatsoever in the bill. So it comes back to the legislature, and the legislature have some options. And this legislature, in my opinion, option had to do with looking at those land vetoes, making the necessary adjustment, and send it back to the president to see whether the president will approve it. But you just struck a very important point here, every one of you. Some of the reasons why you see these officials don't resign is not just because they want government job. It's because some of the people who propound, who lead the PRO for them, squat on them even in the private sector or outside of government. People go to Sekou and take money and run it all on Facebook. Defending. I know about it. I'm not gossiping. This is dangerous. And you begin to portray yourself as more independent. And you're doing consultancy for the work that you're doing and think you can mislead the Liberian people. This is dangerous. Do you think if Sekou is in a position to resign, he will resign? The same people who call themselves independent voices and advocate are the same people who say don't resign. Sekou is not fighting to maintain his position as NPA boss. So it's self-seeking. From that standpoint, it's very self-seeking. And it's also about those who he's financing out there and financing internally who are fighting for him. And also a senatorial bid in Bomi County. Let's be realistic as we can be. In my mind, if the legislature satisfied the land vetoes of the president, if it's satisfied, the president will definitely sign the document. It doesn't matter. Nobody should be fighting and pretending that they're fighting. Joseph Boakai stayed 40 years in opposition. He was still fighting for presidency in the country, a government job. Even your vice president stayed 18 years. You are still fighting for government job. But the issue here today is clear. If the vice president has a position, and Nyombli and other people, they have a position, then it becomes an internal fight. But for me, I disagree on some issues in the initial bill. We all sat on the show. I disagree with legislative control. They inserted certain phrases in it. I thought they were usurping the function of the executive, which is very wrong. Once they take all of those things, because we need to see the copy of the new bill that was sent to the president, because it passed by both houses. Did they meet up with the president's demand? It's very important. But should I come on the show and defend Sekou because he's giving people money all there? You know, I'm a direct guy. I don't have my feelings. Okay. But you say about the port, you cannot contribute towards the budget. Nobody beating on you publicly for not contributing towards the budget of the big show, the big mouth. And should we have him there and keep him there? Okay? He can be the head of the free port of Monrovia, is a port. Other people can be head of the port of Buchanan. Other people can be head of the port of Grand Cape, Marcante, Rawas port, if they open one port there. Other people can be head of the port of Grand Cru. If you get one in Grand Cru or in Sando and in Maryland, it depends. If the government established ports in the future, okay? Or could they have a regulatory authority in the future? And you can put Sekou there, maybe to regulate it, like at Noka, they get regulatory authority. But to keep fighting, okay, and using political national surrogates to defend you, and acting as if to say they want to bomb off the legislature. Look, let me tell you this, I told you on the phone today, I don't have my feelings. I told you on the phone today. I said something very important. The president of Liberia, not just Joseph Boakai, will never sacrifice the legislature for any appointed official. Let me repeat. So Sekou was rude. He was frustrated toward Nyombli and other people. Extremely disrespectful. And I don't think that on the basis of that, the people came with decentralization. Because the decentralization, even Ellington, people raised the issue of decentralization. Even for LPRC, people raised the issue of the decentralization.
Thank you. Now hold there on that first round. Let's get
the decentralization of the port.
Honorable Greg, thank you very much. Let's hold you right there on that first round. Mama, let me bring you in before we bring Kanyo Bala. A lot of stuff is happening. I can confirm again that the Justice Minister received the President's request to give another opinion on the second revised document that was sent to him from the Capitol building. I can confirm there is no opinion as of yet from the Justice Ministry. There is no opinion as of yet. So therefore, we don't have the signature of the President. Pending the Justice Minister opinion, then we'll see what will happen between now to the weekend. Mommy, the bill now, we understand, have been sent, the document have been sent, the proposed bill have been sent to the Justice Ministry. But what's the main issue here? What's the juice here? Bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Stan. The first thing I would think you should do is to play the video from the Senate. It will set the pace for the discussion. Senator Beblo Brown's video and the response from the committee.
The President, in his wisdom, veto sections of the bill.
I got two videos. Which one? Beblo Brown?
Play that one first.
Yeah. In his wisdom, veto sections of the bill and send them back to the legislature. I want to thank the joint committee for the work, but precisely before we can vote, my amendment is that the joint committee, either the chair or the lead chair, can explain to this plenary the sessions that were vetoed and how they were corrected by the joint committee before we can take the vote. That's my amendment, sir.
The second one is the response from the joint committee.
The president line vetoed or partially vetoed the two bills with certain concerns. Right. First, regarding the not much as far as the decentralization bill itself is concerned, except for the title of the bill, which was Liberia Seaports Decentralization Act, and that purported to create not only seaports but inland ports as well. So the president vetoed that, especially as to the nomenclature, meaning that instead of just seaport, Liberia Seaport Decentralization Act, it should be it should include the narration in the bill itself. The narration in the bill carries seaport, inland, and seaports. So it was a matter of changing the nomenclature, the title of the bill, and the committee respectfully did that.
Oh, we got to work with that video because the video coming up low. The folks are saying it's not on the radio because it's so low. Let's say if you're in the back, let's work on our video audio, please. It's very important. We got to increase the volume. Mambe, let's hear you.
The reason why it's important to play that video is to tell you that the entire process of resubmitting the bill to the president was built on false narrative, misinformation. You listen to the chairman, he misled the flow that the president veto was only about changing name. You have the document, it's all over on social media. The president had more than 10 different issues, separated substantive and structural. But the chairman on video is misleading the flow that it was only about changing name. If you listen to that video further, Emmanuel Nukwe came in and said about table of content. The president wanted to adjust table of content, and we did it. Liberians, the way the people using to be able to get this through is to present it as if it's a fight between two people. In our case, it's a simple battle. This is not a fight between individuals. No, it's a fight between ideas on how to govern the poor sector. So it's not individuals. Let's put individuals aside. Let's discuss the core issues. What are the core issues? The president vetoed the law and said, one of the vetoes, sometimes you got it, if you want to, you can put it up later as the discussion goes on. The president said, I cannot sign this law because it would disassemble and render the maritime authority redundant if I sign it, because it has taken the authority of the maritime authority. The law goes back to the president. It maintains the provision that upon passage of this law, the authority to regulate port and harbor in Liberia are taken from the maritime authority and given to this new agency against the president's veto.
All right, so Mame, let's do this. And we got to be very straight up here. A lot of people going through this thing. Let's talk about the maritime law. Is this it?
Yes.
This is, okay.
Section 721 of the quote-unquote revised bill that went back.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. what was let's talk about the president land veto on this. Where is that?
I sent it to you. Yeah, I sent it to you. It's the first thing I sent to you. Let me read it. It will be good to read it.
Yeah, read it.
Stanton is the first thing that I sent to you.
Well, man, but you got access to the thing. They put it up. You be
honestly, I'm not using the computer that can allow me to upload. Honestly.
Okay. Yeah. So then just go ahead. Then I have to find it because a lot of stuff is running. Yeah. But the issue here is that one of the many things the president asked for, and you are starting with the maritime land veto. Am I correct?
Correct.
So the president, be very simple, our Liberian people. The president asking, he sent the bill back, and he asking the Congress, he's asking the lawmaker to do what with the maritime. Can you say that again? And if it was done.
So the president said, if I sign a bill, because the way the bill going, all the provisions in the bill, example, the provision to set standard and conduct maritime training, that one. The provision to manage and regulate the port, that two. The provision to ensure security of vessels coming in and going out, that three. Several things. So the president said, these are functions of the Maritime Authority. And the Maritime Authority is conducting these functions with all government needing to put money in the budget for them. So we don't need new agency. So if we take these functions and give it to the new institution, it will be conflict between they and maritime. And if you take all from maritime and give it to them, maritime will technically be redundant because maritime other core work that they're doing, that ship registry, which are already being outsourced to LESCA. So the president said, on that basis, I cannot sign this law. The law that is sending back to the president maintain the provision that all the functions of port regulation security goes to the new agency taken from maritime. That's the
first. So they didn't touch it. They didn't touch it.
They didn't change it. The second issue.
No, that's still the first issue. People are reading the thing too, my man. I beg you, we shouldn't rush. We can spend the rest of the show on this, right? Mm-hmm. It's very important for us as Liberians, people are texting, people following you, they listen to us. I beg you, Mame, let me hold you there on this. I think they have a 7 or 9 land veto issue. Am I correct, Mame?
Yeah. I mean,
if you break it down, but let's talk about the maritime. What's the maritime address? People are asking, what's the maritime address? And people just want to know. And you're saying it wasn't addressed, though. Can you cut the new bill and show to us upon the request whether it stayed in the new bill that was sent to the president?
Stanton, I just show you the provision in section 720. Just pull it up.
Is this the new provision or the old provision from the revised?
This is the new provision. This is the new law.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, Mama, this is the current one that was sent to the president, right?
Yes, the one that on the president dead now. That where the session coming from?
Exactly. Can you give me the session from the one the president sent back to them? And let's see the difference.
Oh no, I don't have it ready.
And that's what I think will be helpful. But we'll give you the chance to talk and I will put it up. Because the president talked about the maritime, you said they didn't touch it. Let's now compare to the old one whether they touch it. And the Liberian people can decide. But go ahead.
So, Stanton, put that particular provision up. This is what the law says. This new law. The Liberia Executive Law 32, as amended in 2010, to create the Liberia Maritime Authority is herewith amended at section 37. Here is the important part. The authority and powers to regulate, supervise, port, and harbor within the bailiwick of Liberia are now conferred on the Liberia Seaport Regulatory Authority. Take it down, Stanton. All the small provisions that you want to use to argue that they touch, all the small provisions are all into one provision. And that one provision is the authority to supervise and regulate the port. When the authority to supervise and to regulate the port gets to you, all the small functions that honor it, the law will now go be naming them 1. all the functions that honor A move to you. So what they did, they took out all the small conflicting function. They passed one version, which is section 721, and says all the functions to regulate the port are taken from maritime and given to the new agency. And that is exactly what the president said. If you take the authority to I want for you to put the president veto up. Let's read it. I send it to you, Stanton. The president said, if you take the authority to regulate the port, supervise and regulate the port from the maritime, you will technically be considering the maritime redundant because the only other function they get is LISCA, which has been outsourced to private provider. So what they did in this law was they took out all those small provisions, security, yeah, do they want, they say, okay, let's move all and put it in one provision. And that one provision is the authority to regulate the port is hereby taken from maritime and given to this new institution. When that happens, all the other small provisions related to port that maritime was handling, everything going to the new institution. So you don't need to move all those small ones again. Once you pass this law with this provision, all the authority moves to the new institution. That's what they did.
Okay, so that hold you there, Mama. Thank you very much. I think you opening a lot of stuff here. We are uploading the document, but again, Kanyo, let me come to you. Let's pause, Mama, for a second here. I'm confused, and I like to keep things so simple, Kanyo. There's a reason why the president sent the old bill back, right? The first one, Kanyo. The president said, I'm concerned about different issues. Help me. Make the correction, send it back to me. The lawmakers, the speaker, Yombly, the protest, they all saying, yes, we did. We address your concern. Yeah, it's the new bill. The president collected the new bill today. The executive marshal sent it to the Justice Ministry for the legal opinion of the Attorney General. But to say they didn't address all the issues or they didn't address some of the issues, that's where we are right now, Councilor. Councilor, let's hear you. Let's get your input on this as we move around on the show today.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I think I'll start by saying, firstly, that this is a qualitative conversation about governance in our country. And I think it will be a disservice for us to reduce it to another pedestrian shouting match about you know what. I think we should engage with the issues at a higher intellectual level to be able to understand exactly what is happening here, and not the regular, oh, the president said the people are corrupt. No, let's approach it from a qualitative level about governance. Now, having said that, the first thing I would throw out there is that decentralization in and of itself is a good thing. Because in essence, what we're saying when we argue for decentralization is that Monrovia is not Liberia. The country comprises 14 other counties. Let's find a way to take services there, stimulate the economy in those other parts. So generally speaking, it's a good thing. But how do you operationalize that decentralization is where the issue is, and is where we must be able to pull apart this question of decentralization and not do it in a rush. The first thing, let's look at the question of fiscal decentralization. You want to create 4 or 5 new ports that are going to have their own managerial structure, so to speak. Have we investigated the funding capacity, individual funding capacity of each of those entities to understand the revenue streams such that they are able to stand by themselves and cover the cost of the manpower that they are now going to be appointing, including all the additional boards that are being created? Because that's fiscal decentralization in essence. I think that is something that the president will be concerned about, because if you look at it, the creation of new authorities or new entities mean additional people are going to be employed. If they cannot foot the bill, does the expense of covering the cost for personnel now escheat back to the republic? These are things that, in my mind, should come out very clearly in as much as decentralization is good. The second thing you want to raise is about current mandates of existing institutions versus the new mandates that we are creating. Because that's one of the things Liberia we've done, especially in the post-war era, where we had this whole rush of international institutions helping us to do governance. And so we've been creating institutions, amending laws, creating institutions, and you find that most times they are overlapping mandates. And I think Mame spoke to some of that. If you're creating all these institutions, there are existing institutions, not necessarily just the current MPA, but other institutions that have particular mandates. How are you catering to these mandates that are being pulled from there and going into these new institutions? You will want to cater to that before you pass a bill. And again, there are dollars and cents that are involved in terms of these particular decisions you're making. So you want to analyze that. Another point you want to look at is the law provides that the resources, natural or otherwise, are owned by the state, right? Now, when you look at ports, they're not like your regular natural resources, gold, diamond that spread around. Some counties got their iron ore, etc. In this case, you have ports that have been constructed. I mean, because of course there's a sea there in certain parts of the country. Now, if you create independent port authorities at this point in time that are located just in these counties, how do you account for the generalization of revenue stream that is supposed to benefit the whole country because of these resources? And for me, I didn't see that come out very clearly in terms of, revenue generation and how it goes back into, I don't know, whether there be a consolidated fund that they're putting this into, or does it go now directly into a county fund? Is the 5% for social development fund just that? I don't see it articulated very clearly. And it is in these gaps that a lot of things, get missed as well. Another aspect I will raise is the question of managerial capacity. I know we like the fact that our own counties can have ports and we will manage them ourselves. But let's be frank. Things are changing. Electricity is expanding to places like Ganta, moving on to Grand Jeddah and other places, but the permanence is not there yet. So outside of Monrovia, just the whole idea of managing a certain entity full-time outside Monrovia is different from within Monrovia. Now we're saying all of these ports are going to function by themselves under special authority. Have we interrogated the managerial capacity to run these ports independently? And I give you an example. When I used to be with the UNDP, there was this project on decentralization where they put some money into county service centers. And those county service centers were supposed to be, and I think they should be by now, one-stop shop areas for government services. Meaning if you want a passport in Grand Jeddah, you should be able to go to the county service center there, get a passport, get a driver license, get a birth certificate. You don't have to come to Monrovia to do that. That was the mentality of a county service centers. It will be interesting to find out now how these county service centers are functioning today, whilst we create other institutions and move to decentralization. So what I can say in this respect, Stanton, is that we need to move beyond the fact that, it is SECU and it is the lawmakers, there are loggerheads, and somebody is acting frisky or not. I think that's pedestrian analysis, right? What we should be looking at when we analyze these bills, firstly, I will tell you, dollars and cents. By decentralizing, are we incentivizing jobs, employment, increasing revenue?
Good question. A lot of questions we can address this question. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to bring you back real quick before I leave you, right?
Yeah.
I'm not too concerned about who's won the glory or who's eating the glory. I'm talking about let's talk about Liberia as a whole. Let's go back to the subject matter. The president saw issue with the first bill presented him. The president vetoed it. He lined them up. He said, I disagree with this one, go and check it, blah, blah, blah. He outlined it. My simple question for all Liberians, did the lawmakers themselves address the president issue? I mean, all the other thing now, the president know that the one that he said, I get concerned with these things that are outlined. And that's what we put in the chat room. And we hope you guys had the chance to look at it, because all the document, the first bill, the letter that was written by the president, the second bill, everything in the chat room. So my question, for the sake of the Liberian people, read 30 seconds, can you? If you read it, did the lawmakers themselves address the president's concern? Real quick.
I don't think they totally addressed it. And my advice will be, for example, we have a law reform commission. When you are changing mandates of entities, it's important because the Ministry of Justice operates in the executive. The Minister of Justice is the chief advisor to the president. He will take a pro-presidential approach when he reviews. But we have an independent law reform commission that is supposed to assist when you are redefining mandates. I want to believe that all of the president's observations have not been addressed as
So I gave you the time that you pause, go through and let us know which one you think that wasn't addressed. That's what we want to show for, and we're going to discuss it. Mama talking about the maritime reform, the maritime act, yeah, and then he raised a good issue when especially he put this up, we address it, because now I'm making a comparison that the lawmakers are reaching out to me and say they address that, Mama, but you say they address it on a different umbrella. And you said that at the end of your statement, they put all in one basket and they make it somehow. You address it later. They are saying they address that particular concern, but how they address it, maybe they skim through it, I don't know, and that's what we have in the show. But Kayo, I hope you can pick up the one that you think that they didn't address. Let's talk about it. And then we'll ask the question whether the president will sign this thing. Let me bring in Dr. Bople. Dr. Bople, it's good to see you. And listen, all these documents in the chat room, guys, please go through them. Dr. Bople, let's hear you. I mean, what's your take?
So, Stanton, I think, so what I want to do, I want to make some comments with specificity. So I think from the general to the specific. So generally, we see that as Liberians, we become very reluctant to try new things and change system. We say things like, everything on book, all this stuff on book. If only you do it this way and do it this way. And the question I would simply ask is, the port have been run the way it has been, the National Port Authority, for all these decades. How well has it done? Not well. Not well at all. In fact, to some extent, Stanton has been grossly mediocre, embarrassing. You do paperwork in America. You do all this stuff. You go through all these things. They inspect all your stuff. You kind of budget to pay for X, Y, and Z. You get to the Port of Maria, they throw that thing away. They add this one, they add this one, they add this one. You go through all this stuff. You pay here, pay there. Then they send people behind your container, knowing full well that the government will not get $1. And then by that time you're exhausted. And even if you don't want to engage in any kind of under the table stuff, you're frustrated. So you put your hand in your pocket, you give money that will never make it to the national coffers. That's not modern port operation. That's grossly mediocre and it's very non-productive. So we want to try something different. The ports are already there. They're in place. What is not there is the development of those ports so that they can increase economic activity, so that they can raise efficiency, so that they can serve better, create more jobs. So this is a good move. This is a form of decentralization that will work. The president was clear. He wanted some changes, including the board. I would have preferred a board only 5 people because boards in Liberia are expensive. Everybody on the board.
All right, we'll come back to Dr. Bople. We'll come back to Dr. Bople. I'm going to bring you in, Vandella Patrick. Let's hear you.
Are you hearing me now?
You good, VP?
Are you hearing me? So, CEO, thank you. I'd like to begin by commending the Ministry of Justice for providing its legal opinions with reference to the usurpation of authority, with reference to this, they put decentralization. I think the Ministry of Justice provided an excellent, explanation and a piece of advice, I assume, which necessitated the veto of this bill. But there is a fundamental question that we have not asked. There is already a law that was passed by an act of the National Legislature, approved by the President, the Local Government Act of 2018. It talks about decentralization. Is the President very much intentional to see decentralization being fully implemented, that people in other parts of the country will not see Monrovia as Liberia? That is the fundamental question. Look, the bill itself, it looks like a fraud. From the beginning, if every one of you can remember, we brought a chairperson on Marital on this platform. He was confused, very confused. Willfully and intentionally misled. In fact, some of his colleagues were angry because of this, his poor presentation. I don't know whether we'll have a clip. We asked so many questions that were not clarified from the lower house. And I suggested, and I want to insist again, this bill is good, but it lacks the requisite expertise. I wanted to have public hearing. I asked this chairperson on Maritime, when he came here, was there a public hearing? He could not answer. No public hearing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, they never debate. You remember Representative Noah from Sano? He said the day they were voting this bill, the day he received a copy. That's why it's a fraud. If you are debating an issue of decentralization and people don't have copies of this particular bill, on the day you are going to make a decision, you give copy to people, you expect them to perform magic? But again, this bill is by, and I'm happy the President vetoed it. Number one, because of its legal inconsistency. Section 4 of the bill, like Mame said, it talks about creating of another regulatory body, usurping the function of the Liberian Maritime Authority. That was a fraud. Fiscal indiscipline or irresponsibility. CEO, and all of you, maybe you don't know. If this bill is passed, 36 full votes, 36 political appointees will have to occupy certain positions. And guess what? They will be taking fat salary just like my head. And the real intent of the revenue collection to be used in the local countries, the people will not benefit. Number 3, threat to our national security. Freeport of Monrovia alone, the last time we checked, 100 million worth of drugs was captured at the port where they have all the sophistications. But they arrested 100 million worth of drugs. So imagine when you decentralize, somebody will just bring about maybe 5 shares and land it where in Sando. Before you make up your mind, it becomes a problem. I think this bill, it can be modified. It can be well structured. If the interests of colors.
Okay, let me ask you. And I also ask you some questions.
There must be a public hearing. If the Senate and the House of Representatives really want to see this bill being passed by the President, signed, there must be public hearing. The absence of public hearing is a fraud.
Okay, so so ladies and gentlemen, you listen to Vandana Patrick and you listen to us. Vandana Patrick said the absence of public hearing makes the bill of fraud. Anyone on the show agree with Vandana Patrick? That the absence of public hearing make the bill of fraud? Before we go to our audience, go ahead, Mame.
I will not say fraud. I will say the absence of public hearing.
You're not saying fraud. I'm just throwing something out there. We'll come to you. VP, you know who requested the decentralization of the port?
It's the Senate. They put the bill emanated from the Senate. My understanding, it emanated from the Senate.
No, so let me correct that. The president requested it.
That's speculation. That's
Okay,
speculation.
no, Mama, don't interrupt me now.
Where does this bill?
No way, nah, but wait, VP, wait. Mama, you don't want to have a conversation like that, though, Mama.
That you start on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We can give you a chance. You can tell your own. Then you, hey, Mama,
That's true. I run you, CEO. CEO, I run you.
Okay, so I take it.
I run you.
Yeah, I take it. But let's make progress, right? We had Austin Taylor, the chairman on Maritime in the House. He came on the show from Maryland. We asked him this question. Mommy saying that Austin said it on the show. Mommy, he didn't argue when he said that speculation when he said it. Edwin Snow said it. Mommy, you argue that Edwin Snow said that speculation. One person from the House of Representatives and one person from the Senate. They went to Mr. President. Mr. President met them Sunday morning, Austin Taylor and the team, and he requested that they should look into decentralizing the port. But then you can't share and say that speculation. When they appear on your show, you didn't question the intent of speculation, Fubi. We listen to the people. Edwin Snow said, Jeremiah Kwanku, Yomdi Kanga Lawrence, but if you want to interrupt, then we can interrupt each other, but let's have a good show now. Jeremiah Kwanku, Yomdi Kanga Lawrence, and Edwin Bevin Snow were right with the president in his living room, and he requested the decentralization. Mommy, you and myself were on the call. You didn't call it speculation, but now you're on the show saying that speculation. Let's move. But let me ask you a question, brother. We'll answer that. Let me ask you a question, Vandana Patrick, real quick. Point out the issue with the bill that you saying that is fraud. Now we finish saying that because the people don't have town hall meeting. Because I don't believe that they didn't have called a town hall meeting, so you say it's fraud. And Vandana Patrick, put out something in the bill. Let me finish. The president sent a request back to the lawmaker. He outlined his concern. Point me to the president concern that wasn't addressed. That you saying that you didn't support it or nothing, and you just said that fraud. So let me give you 10 seconds. Vandana, let me give you 10 seconds.
The president is entitled to his opinion. I am entitled to my opinion. I'm not reading the president's opinion. He's the president of the country. And you cannot tell me.
We'll come back to you. 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 No. My man, we run your show. We'll come back to you. You can yell all you can at your business.
No, you have asked the question.
No. You answer. You said the president entitled to your opinion. You entitled to your opinion. Fubi, let me bring you on. We know you. We know you. Fubi, let me bring you on. You can tell us that he's talking about the president veto up. The president. My man, we'll come back to you back. We'll come back to you back.
You're not coming back to me. I will address this.
My man,
but this is how you lie on people sometimes.
We'll come back to you. You want to agree.
When people don't agree with you because
you don't have to agree, VP. You will stay on, you can go. You don't have to agree. Fubi, I hear you. We are talking about the president outlying issues that he sent back to the lawmaker at Carrie Street. Then you say the president got an opinion, you don't have to agree. Then what are you doing on the show?
So you telling me I must speak because the president
issue. We are talking about the president issue that you have, the president issue that you have with the bill. He sent it back to the lawmaker. Then you come on the show and say, we are not talking about the president's opinion, the president got an opinion. No, if you said the president got an opinion, then we are addressing the president's opinion and his concern with the bill. So we don't want to hear your own opinion. Look what that party said. They have a town hall meeting so that fraud. What kind of pedestrian argument is that? In a personal opinion, did the president say go have a town hall meeting? For me, we want to get the same our time. Did the president ask the lawmaker to go have a town hall meeting? Mama, let me man show on the show, man. Stop playing game with us. For me, let's go ahead. You have
the man is a talking pedestrian.
Yeah, we can't hear the man. We put the man in seclusion. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, but on a serious note, look, the portion of the bill that I read, I think it's good, and the president did first veto, and the guys review it and made an amendment and send it back. The president has the right to veto it, and the lawmakers also got the right to override the veto. So they can exercise their powers given to them by the Constitution. So the president chooses to veto this one. They can choose to review it and amend it as per the veto, or they can also override the veto. And once that is done, it also becomes a law. So the decentralization is good. You know, they should. The point should be.
You are bringing a very good point, and I thought at the point that Carlos are going to raise, maybe he will add to that. So now the president veto, he land veto it, he sent it back to them. They got a decision whether they agree with the president or disagree, right? As lawmakers, right?
Yeah.
So they're not forced to agree.
So they're not forced to agree. They can override a veto.
We'll hear from Ahmed on this one, but talk to us.
Yeah, so they can override a veto and it becomes a law. So the president would not have a choice. And it's also stated that they got 1 year for transition. So during that 1 year, all the posts and the MPA and all the guys can find a way to transition, turn over their assets and liability and do all the different stuff. And you can have the recommendations sent to the president for new appointees, which the president can choose among and forward them to the Senate for confirmation. So, and for me, I think it should be done. You know, I don't think that we should keep dragging this, you know, in the name of decentralization is not good, or we have physical issue, or even the technical capacity of the people. Nobody has been appointed yet to the different, you know, posts. Once it began an act, nobody has been appointed. So we can't be questioning the technical expertise at this moment. So after the different appointments, recommendations are made to the president, and the president selects among them and send them to the Senate. It's at that point that you can question the technical expertise of who's going to be managing directors and the composition of the board. We already know there are three standing board members: the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, and I think Transport also. You know, there are standing board members to all the 4 posts. So you already have that.
But you raise a good point, though. And I'm begging guys, when we come to Kev and Remy Gray, I want to squeeze real quick Akaris and Mame. Before we leave you on a serious note, right? Can the president then say, no, I'll do another veto on your veto? Send it to him for the second time?
No, he can veto, land veto, or whatever, but once it goes back to the guys, they have the right. They can accept a veto and make an amendment to the bill.
In the second round, because look at that, they say, you know, Mr. President, this is our final result. Can he then veto again on the second one?
Once they override, the president cannot veto it.
But can the president say, I'm not signing?
But I think it's important.
Can the president say, I'm not signing for you?
If he refuses to sign, I think after a certain number of days, it also automatically becomes a law.
Thank you very much. That's what you right there. Let's say you very quick before bringing Great. Oh, Great lad.
I was saying it's important to let the public know the high bar that is required for the legislature to override the president's veto. Because by law, the president signs bill into law. You can override it, but in Liberian law, it requires 2/3 of both houses to override the president's veto. So you can just override a veto. And typically, it's hard to do when the president himself and his party have elected officials in both houses.
So
yes, it can be done.
We understand that. What just happened to this bill that was sent back to the president?
What happened to it?
Yeah, was it an override of the president veto, land veto, or it was just correction being made? What was happening? What just happened to this document that was sent back to the executive branch? Hey, Dr. Boble, you gave me a Christmas internet. All right, we got to leave it, Dr. Boble. Before we bring in Kev, you're on the phone. Can you go in the back? When you finish, you come back. Now, let me bring you Akaris. Akaris, what just happened? Was there an override veto that was sent to the lawmaker, and the lawmaker now said no? What was it, Akaris? Bring us up to speed.
The lawmakers actually decided to just amend. Okay, they didn't override the president's veto. So the president allowed veto certain items, like the senator referred to certain sessions. So the president said, I disagree with A, B, C, D, or E, F, G, H. So he sent it back. So the responsibility of the legislature, they have two options. One, to have to tell both houses to override all of what the president disagrees with, or what they would do, they will look at what the president disagrees with, and they will do amendments. And then they will send it back to the president for reconsideration, whether the president can reconsider that. So once the president, and during that period of time, that's where the both houses will coordinate sufficiently. Because that way, the chairman, the executive, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem, all of them will shut up between the two branches of government. And at the end of the day, on the liaison the president has, but even the legal advisor to the president will be involved into that. So I believe that's what they did rightfully. What they did rightfully was not to override the president's veto. What they did rightfully to ensure that they coordinate with the executive branch of government and do the amendments. Because I was speaking to someone not too long, because I have some concerns. Fandana raised a concern, and I thought that they should have a public hearing, raise that issue before. Okay, other people raised a concern about usurping the maritime law of the country. I asked one or two of them, they said no, they did that correction because it was raised by the executive branch of government. So once those concerns of the executive are satisfied, or they can be able to convince the executive through the backdoor conversation and negotiation, I'm optimistic that the president will not, because naturally the lawmakers will not, the president will not veto a bill and the lawmakers go through it and send it back to the president in defiance. There will be coordination. So that I believe there will be coordination. And the reason why I support coordination, I'm not talking about the procedure that some of them went through that we disagree on and they should make the correction. Because the 2018 Act that I supported, that I voted for, calls for decentralization and revenue generation at the local level. Now, the National Port Authority, NPA, under this arrangement, and this leadership has been very ineffective and efficient, and it's it that the president saw that and recommended to the lawmaker that you can initiate a bill for the decentralization of the port. Because choosing the port is not going to be towards the budget. I wanted to issue the National Port Authority.
Thank you. Let them bring the other guys in, because we'll remain on this topic.
Yeah, in conclusion, stand on before others come in. Decentralization is not a bad idea. Once the legislature is in adherence to non-usurpation of authorities of the maritime authority and other institutions, once they are corrected, then bingo, the bill can go through.
You saw it. Did they address the president's concern?
That's why they said to me, I've not actually seen a full copy.
Oh, yeah, but who on this show saw everything?
I've not seen the full copy of the new bill, and I don't want to. And what Mame posted, I was just asking in the chat room to see it as follows, as what the disagreement with the president on the issue of usurpation of the maritime authority, so that I can send it to the lawmaker to send it back to me to look at what they actually amended on that usurpation.
Okay, thank you, great. So we have the first bill, we have the president consent letters, we have the second bill, everything in the chat room, guys. Let's point it out and discuss it. Because the thing that we have not seen it's dragging us. But let me bring Kev Hassan before Mame, and then we'll go down to everything. Yeah, everything is there. Maybe we'll resend it. Kev, let's hear you.
Yeah,
Kev, did you read them? You read all of them?
No, sir. But that's the question. That's the question I want to ask Mame, because he come in next. to tell us what's the difference between this first bill and the second bill. And if nothing changed, like Mommy put out the 720 provision, if nothing changed, they kind of put it on a different line. Will the president veto this again? Or are they, using some other tactics, to convince the president? Or the justice minister will look into it and say, look, nothing changed. And that's the question I want Mommy. It is a good thing. We want to know what's in there for Mamiri, there. As I understand from some folks who actually in favor of the bill, they say because of development, But I want to know, Mami, if they are kind of like twisting words, and the president, I think it's a good thing the president sent it to the justice minister, who will look at the legal aspect of it. But it seemed like what Mami is saying, if I stand to be corrected, that nothing changed. They're using a different name.
You bringing Mami in, Mami?
Yeah.
Yes, Stanton, I took my time. I've read the entire bill. I spent like 3 nights reading them. That's what I do. I read it over and over and again. And I took down notes.
Mami, you're a very bad student. You and your friend are in class. You get the document that can make them pass. You kept it for 3 nights. You read it. You went through it. Then 2 hours of test, you share with us. What good is that, Mami? I mean, this is very, very bad of you. And you say you're from Rick's Institute, you guys are smart people that you make people to not, 3 nights you read this thing all alone, 2 hours to the show, then you say, "Stand, I read it now, you can share it." Hey, Mami, but go ahead.
At Rick's, all the students supposed to get the information. We don't wait for the information. Now you say to get and share with everybody. Everybody also get information.
Okay, so let me address that. Let me address that in 2 folds. The first thing is that the teacher or the principal is supposed to share the information, but the Senate is hiding the bill that Bonji. They don't want nobody to see it. You have to be begging, looking for. I can't stand on. Say you're talking about what are the students not sharing with your friend. The teacher who get a bill, they hiding this bill. They want anybody to see it. The president in his veto, the justice minister, I can't read his opinion. The justice minister said, even though it is not unconstitutional for the legislature to proceed, but to have proceeded in the absence of the executive, it has wide-reaching effect on the governance of the country and the enforceability of the bill. And he called for open consultation. They refuse. Even in public, when they were discussing whether they have reviewed this thing, they do not want to, they're not proud to speak about what the issues were that they discussed and how they address it. You listen to the man. He said, about Nimi, because they don't want people to know. Gotta open this bill. Why about you howling? What is this thing you howling? But let me address Kev Hassan's question. Stand on the first day we discussed that you don't want to put the bill in the chat room. Dr. George, you were here, right? The first day, Stanton, you posted in the chat room. It was 1 week now. You posted in the chat room. I only downloaded it and decided to do my homework. Now, to the issue. I sent you the bill section 720 Akaros. Tell that lawmaker, nobody's stupid yet. The president said, I will read it verbatim, word for word. Sorry, my people, I will read it word for word. What the president said. The president said the act will significantly weaken the Liberia Maritime Authority statutory powers by transferring regulatory functions to a new agency. If signed into law, the act will substantially render the Liberia Maritime Authority partially redundant. The new law says, yes. No, yeah, I mean, Apapa already.
Yeah, but that was the first opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like that just
whether the president whether they address it or not. So I send it to you, which is the 720. I put that in the chat room, I send it to you. The 720. Good. While the president is telling you, do not take maritime function from them because you will make it redundant, this is what they sent to the president. They said the executive law Title 12 as amended in 2010 to create the Liberia Maritime Authority is hereby amended, and the authority and power to regulate and supervise port and harbor within Liberia are now transferred to the Seaport Regulatory Agency. Please take it down, Stanton. What more you want to hear?
Say that again, because this is a transfer, it's a conferred.
Conferred. Okay, yeah, conferred means they put onto you. They said the Liberian Executive Law Title 12 as amended in 2010 to create the Liberia Maritime Authority is herewith amended at section 37. And stand up, pull it up, small, pull it up. Keep that thing up for me, please. And the authority and power to regulate and supervise ports are herewith within the bailiwick of Liberia are now conferred on the Liberia Seaport Regulatory Agency.
Then they did not address the president concerned. Then
they have taken the power from maritime and given it to this new institution in violation of the president's veto. Second and most important thing, Stanton.
I disagree with you.
Okay, no problem. Let me give my second thought. That Brupler emphasized decentralization. We have argued here that the ports are decentralized. What is happening is management control. That's why lacking. Long decision-making authority at the local level, but the ports are decentralized. Decision-making level at the ports are why it's lacking. Put that something up and see what the guys did. Let me read it for you.
Which one?
The same one you just put up.
Okay.
So you claim the ports are autonomous. You want them to be on their own. Read 720.2. It says, as from the commencement of this act, the rights, the asset of all the ports currently existing and those to be created shall be transferred to the Liberia Seaport Regulatory Agency. Senator, please put it down. All assets of the ports you claim are autonomous will be transferred to a single institution, which is the regulatory agency. What are the assets? Now you need to understand the Port of Liberia operates on what we call landlord model. All the assets of the port, the warehouses, the dock, the piers, are all the assets. What they do, they lease it to companies and collect rent. If you transfer all the assets from the port to the regulatory agency, those ports are their shell companies. They are just shell existence. Why are they leasing? When the regulatory agency has all the assets, we have done reform in this country. LPRA, it doesn't hold the asset of NOCA. LTA doesn't hold the asset of Liptiaco. The regulatory agency for LEC doesn't hold the asset for LEC. But they're creating this agency and say all the assets for the port will be held by the regulatory agency because the thing is not about decentralization. It is about controlling the port asset. You can see it.
Stand down. So real quick. So the
I know you're coming in. We gotta really bring in Colonel Gray. He have not spoken yet. I beg you, let me hear from Colonel Gray, and then we'll come to you. But Mame, you are raising some very important points, but I'm in disagreement with some of your argument tonight. So we'll spend the rest of the time on the decentralization, and then we can discuss the rest of the issues.
Well, there are two bills that go inside and stand on because the regulatory authority and the decentralization are not the same. So we have to differentiate.
Yeah, but everything is seen now under the same decentralization bill. Everything they put it together. They didn't send two bills.
No, that two send on. They send you one. That two.
Stand on.
Wait. Great. That gave Colonel Gray a chance. Let Colonel Gray speak. Okay. I agree that two laws, but what I'm saying, the decentralization of the whole of the country still involves these both laws, right? Both of them.
Yeah, one will regulate. Yeah.
But as I say, we're still talking about port decentralization. Yeah,
It said deals with the port. It deals with the port.
Deal with the port.
They did it
Yeah.
two laws.
That's what Stanton is trying to
Yeah,
say.
but they say deal with the port. They say about decentralizing
Yeah,
the
they
port.
said
Right?
deal with the port. So,
Yeah.
but there's a model in Liberia. You got
So let me go to Conor
it.
Gray. Conor Gray,
Yeah.
let's hear you. You are not spoken yet. Let's hear you, and then we'll move forward. But one thing I want us to understand: the president asked for this thing, Conor Gray. The president saw some issues and he raised a concern. It's in the chat room. The lawmakers, whether the House or the Senate, they addressed the president's concern and they sent him back the concern and the bill that they put together. Now the people say they didn't address it, that the president's own opinion, but who are we talking about? Yeah, Conor Gray, we're talking about the president's concerns that he sent to the lawmakers, right? So if it is addressed, fine. If it is not, the president will tell us whether he will veto again. But let's say you retire Conor L. Robin Gray. Let's say you, my friend.
You know, Stanton, from the expose presented by both Blebo Brown and the other committee head or so, for Blebo Brown, it tells me that majority of the senators themselves are, have not digested the concern of the president in total. Either they have not read it or they don't even have the time or their mind already made up. And so as a result, they just stuck to, the married to their position, as we would say. But one thing I will say is this, and the president expressed a very cardinal concern about maritime. Maritime is not only local, it's international. And the entities, key entity involved with maritime has to do with the United States and their interest in this. So if anybody going to usurp that function into the decentralization process of the ports in our country, that has to catch the attention of any president, because now you are fettering on international law. And that has not been addressed, meaning they have not, created a clear plan on how you leave maritime to function the way it is, and then also create a decentralized port system that give autonomy to individual ports without interfering on maritime. I know that plenty of stuff I've said, but at the end of the day, you will make maritime cease to exist if you pass this law the way it is. The senators are not looking at it that way. I think if you ask me, this might have to go to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court's interest will not be, the court can reject the presidential line veto item. I'll leave some of the argument with the lawyers, but if you go back to Clinton versus the state of New York, 1996, and that landmark case, which addresses the issue of presidential line veto to that of the legislature, that is clearly, the Supreme Court will always take the side of the separation of the separation of powers. The legislature is primarily there to create laws. If the president vetoes a specific law, the lawmakers don't have to go back to the president. They can pass it, but then the executive can take their case to the Supreme Court, in which case, most of the time, the Supreme Court try to say, hey, if we gave you the authority as president, then the legislature will cease to exist. So therefore, they always side with the legislatures anyway. But what I'm trying to say is this. I think this particular law that the legislature is trying to create will definitely be a loggerheads, because there's nothing in the law that addresses harmony between the executive and the legislature. The issue there is separation of power. Who has the authority to create these kinds of law? It's the legislature. At the end of the day, the president will be in the blind, but when it comes to implementation, as others have said, the legislature will catch hard time, because the president, the executive is who implements some of this. These laws that will be created. So if you ask me, I would say I'll urge them to work together. let them simply address some of the issues that have been raised by the president. And if they fail to do so, in the long run, it will catch it will affect the harmony that exists between the executive and the legislative body.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Colonel Greg. Colonel Greg, there's a lot of stuff happening here, right? You think are we fighting for personal interest here? I know Congressman, man, we shouldn't talk about it, but we have to, though. Because the big issue is that the president won this. He won it. The president won this. Colonel Greg, the president won it. The president feel that it's good for the country. And I do believe that it is good for the country, right? And you can look at different issues that come along. The Sando Port, the Harper Port, the Buchanan Port, and that of other port they are building. How can we sit there and say, you got, maybe people are afraid. I don't want to do a takeaway yet. You got the port that is, one person cover all the port, the SOE not contributing to the budget, raising a lot of money. And, and those are issues. Those are serious issues.
But Senator, let me interject and say this. The president's interest is not about that one individual. The president's primary interest is about how do you address this decentralization that in ways that will not affect maritime laws. Because when you start
and again, I disagree with you. The interest of the president, and the president have to also address it openly if he chooses to, that why the SOE not contributing and why the National Port Authority will not contribute to the budget is a major issue. But to say the president's interest is not that, no, that's his interest. If we have to meet the $1.2 billion budget, that's part of it, number one. Number two here is that if the president see reason to land veto, and he did, but then the lawmakers then can agree, say, Mr. President, this is what we have changed. Now it's in from the justice minister, but for somebody to say, no, then the lawmaker didn't do anything. No, they did something for me. How can they say with the lawmaker and they say they didn't do anything? Greg, are you believing that they didn't do anything? They just jumped over. Let me say, stand on. Let's go to Greg Finney. They did something though. They didn't just hold this thing and send it back to the president. Is that why we see waiting?
Then I mean the override president veto.
Something like that, but that's something. If the override president veto, Conor Greg, what do you think?
Stanton, I want to believe.
But nobody said they did nothing. Nobody said they did nothing. Then I
want to believe. Some people here say, well, the people that you are saying they didn't address the issue of the maritime or issue. You saying the Mame.
And another one, we just talk on the maritime. There are others. I can go ahead and name them.
We will come to you to name the others and want to challenge you whether they address it or not. But the end game is that if they didn't address it, guess what happened? That Moses Gray is saying it means that they are telling Mr. President, say, listen, we're gonna leave this as it is. We override that. I mean, can it be a factor in here, Mame? Let's hear from that. The problem will go to our brother.
Because I was gonna add something.
Why are you giving me now? He said will come to you. But I just said it. You didn't hear me? I said after that the problem will come to our brother who is a consultant for Ministry of Finance Development Planning. That's what I just said. I didn't hide it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Remember again, $1,250. But let's go back to the issue that I put there.
So a few things, right? One of the things the president addressed in his letter to the lawmakers was about the oversight. Okay, and I don't believe that we needed an extra new regulatory oversight agency. The Maritime could have done that well. We got to utilize the agency we have. That's the thing. If you raise revenue and you're raising your expenditure at the same time, you zero out. Your profit loss statement look like a zero balance. You didn't do the country much good. So I think that whole extra board is not necessary. We can use the entities we have, and the Maritime is suited for that. But here's the other piece. The point that Mame raised, the devil always in the details, right? That's what they say. All of the assets, the liabilities, all those things will belong to the regulatory. I've never seen that before, that a regulatory agency that is supposed to regulate the activities to ensure the interests of the people, fair play, and that they'll function well, they will own asset. You know what I mean? I mean, decision making will be with that regulatory agency. That means they will be signing contract to outsource. Translation, you have watered down, diluted, and effectively nullify the whole intent of what the president trying to do, which is decentralizing, putting autonomy and authority in the hands of the people so they can develop the local and the regional economy.
Let me ask you, if the president died, can I just ask you a quick question? If the president wants a decentralization law on the port, to decentralize the port, why the president would want the lawmakers to initiate the bill when the president has a constitutional authority during the State of the Nation address to present a legislative agenda and submit bills? Why?
Excellent question.
That's a great question. And I think that
I agree that the lawmakers are not in conformity with what the president wants. He wants decentralization, but they're not in conformity with the details of the law. Okay, so why this president cannot just submit a bill to them for decentralization?
Good question.
That's a great question. That's a question for the president and his people. I just speak into the issue, and that's a good question,
Because what is also confusing to Ned Dag is that, and the public has to understand that the Regulatory Authority Act is different from the Decentralization Act. These are two acts. We got to be clear about that. Because the public does not know there's an act for decentralization and there's an act for regulation. So I keep saying, and I want to tell Mommy, I keep saying this as somebody who works in the legislature. There is no way the legislature, the president will allow veto attempts, that the legislature will not amend what the president wanted or what they negotiated with the president behind the scene to put into an act before sending it back to the president. If the legislature exclusively disagree with the president, they will overturn it by two-thirds. That's what they will do. But under this scenario, it's not two-thirds.
And that's not what they did here.
Yeah,
that's
not
what
No, Greg, hold on 1 minute. Greg, hold on 1 minute. You first of all, you got to see who all voted yes on this bill. For you to say they didn't do it, they did. They were overwhelmingly voted on, especially in the Senate. So for you to say no, I
will still have to come in. Please, I will come in. Voting on the bill, it does not presuppose that it's a veto.
Correct.
No,
it means
it wasn't veto.
No, wait, Stanton. It means the amendment, what the president says is a veto. They will make it very clear. That will not be a hearing thing. The House of Representatives will have to tell, the Senate will have to tell. They will be very clear on that.
Well, Greg, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Hold on 1 minute. And let this litigation, Greg. Let me ask you. The people went ahead, the president sent it back to them.
Yeah.
Right? The House passed this thing in 17G. I'm not talking about the House. It went to the Senate. The Senate passed it.
Yeah,
Greg, let me finish my question. Wait.
Okay.
You're going to answer. It went back to the president. Right now, the president will say, okay, Justice Minister, take a look at it and send it back to me. Why are we arguing? What people
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why we're arguing, Stanton. If the legislature overturn the president's veto, they don't need the approbation of the president anymore.
Exactly.
So it's not a debate. That means they either agree and coordinate with the executive behind the scene.
But you agree with me. The president said, Oswald Twite, the justice minister, he can give his opinion. The justice minister will do that. Whether the president will accept it or not, we can worry about that. What people say arguing that they didn't touch it. You said something to the
No, now I'm saying.
Really, not about what you're saying. Like people got to hear this. Everybody got to hear this. The president sent it to the lawmaker.
Exactly.
The lawmaker say, Mr. President, we're going to review it. We'll send it back to you.
Good.
They review it.
Yes.
For me, they send it back to Mr. President. Mr. President said, okay, why you send me today? He sent it to the Justice Department. The Justice Department said, okay, we'll give our opinion. Why people scared? Why they making argument?
Well, Stanton, that's not me and you got the same argument. The same thing you say, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying under that condition is not a veto.
That's correct.
Okay? Under that condition, it's not a veto. It's not overturning, the president veto, not overriding the veto under that condition. The president say, look at it, they took it by the Senate back to the president under coordination. So the president now said to the justice minister, look at it, I could sign it if it is okay on what I wanted
and
to happen.
And the president can decide not to sign it.
You think the president, in that bill, the president get what he wants in that bill by coordination with both.
And the president can decide not to sign it.
Once the president
if
gets
not
that,
happy,
he will sign the law.
Mama, what kind of you hold on, Mama? I got to bring Vendetta in record. Yeah, that's program.
Let me finish my thought now. I was on the floor. So it's going back to the president. The president gave it to Justice Mesa, which is the right thing. You read it for all the legal technicality and to see if the president is happy.
No, you're talking about the details in the deal. What you're talking about?
Yeah, the devil's in the detail because they're saying all of these assets, liability,
the interest in dragging to and follow into.
Will be
interested in that in the detail and follow.
Listen, man, listen, CEO. My 10 seconds almost finished. It said all this will be owned by the regulatory authority, which is an anomaly because that's not what regulatory authority is supposed to do. So that by itself is bad. And then getting a separate government agency, when we all know our government's already bloated, that means you now are taking public dollars.
In case the president signed the decentralization and lead the regulatory authority for further amendment.
Then he can do that too. He can do that too. Let's hear from him. We haven't heard from him yet. When he review it, then he will respond. The point I want to make is simply this.
But don't miss the laws or not, because the major argument is the regulatory, what Mame talking about assets. That one is different from the decentralization.
I get it. I get it.
The president sign the decentralization and leave the regulatory up.
Okay, let's give our brother the doctor the chance to finish up. We got to bring out Vandana Patrick. They're quiet. I hate it when he's quiet.
I agree with you. I'm just speaking to both.
Yeah, I'll answer that question.
The president, there shouldn't be an agency where all of the assets or reports or actually conferred on them or given to them. It shouldn't be. But for the other side, right, when you look at the particular decentralization bill itself, and they talk about the board. They started with 9, came down to 7, and I said I prefer 5. But yes, what I want to say in closing, Stanton, the board should not be appointed by the president. I don't think they should be appointed by the president. It's not a good thing. I was chairman of the board for Shenandoah Community Health. We had a unique system. We had criteria for who can be a board member. A woman or black person or SME in this particular area. I think we should emulate that same of formula. And then that way it comes from the local community, but you have this cross-section of professionals on the board, not appointment. Because when we go to the appointment thing, then the whole political thing, and I think somebody said, well, Patrick, then you got all these political appointees who would be interests of certain politicians. I think it should be a community based on a formula of the different types of person on the board. It will work better and it will give
it gives that a problem. Listen, these are all Yama Emmanuel George. Let me come to Vandana Patrick. To me, that's my own thing, right? Appoint board. The president finally agreeing. They take the thing from 9 to bring it to 7. It's there to give it to him, right? What we are saying here, the people feeling addressing that whole thing. Why are people crying? They're telling the president not to sign it.
Because people want
to to be frank, let's have some serious conversation here. And Vandana Patrick, you and myself can fight each other on the show. We'll stay here. Nobody want to take I will be here, you'll be here. We can fight, no problem. We go lucky. But let's face the fact. The president wants decentralization. The people gave him the first bill. He looked at it, he said, no, I disagree with a couple of things in this thing. He sent it back to them. They sent it back to Mr. President. He sent it to his lawyer, Justice Minister. The lawyer will come with an opinion. Why are people scared? Why the jittering? Why the fighting? And then I'll tell you, oh man, I don't know why people, is that something personal here?
So let me just make a few things clear. People had an opportunity to read the president's veto letter. My man, when I'm talking, you gotta respect me. When you're talking, nobody.
All right, CEO. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, Chief. We'll take it back.
Okay, I found a CEO $250 US.
You're not getting. You miss it.
So you
Hey, Kev. Now it's something nobody. No, hey, Kev. CEO. I just asked you a question from the inception, where this bill emanated from. I said the Senate. I stand to be corrected. This bill did not originate from the executive. It's from the Senate. And I still maintain that the reason why you see the veto from the president or the disagreement from the president, because there was not significant consultation done. I don't know why you are afraid or ashamed to say the man you brought here, the chairperson on Maritime from the lower house, when he came on this platform, he was very confused. Very confused. He could not articulate sections of the bill. He could not tell us why this bill was necessary. He could not also tell us the risks involved and to justify in details the level of decentralization acceptance that will reflect in the 4 countries where we have seaports. He could not. I asked a simple question. Was there a consultation done? Because you are not an expert in everything. You see, that's why we make bad policies. People will wake up because their political lenses have enlarged. At the end of the day, oh, let's do this. The reason in other countries, you live in the United States. I was in DC. Many times I go to the United States Congress. They bring people from different people with expertise to testify congressional hearings on issues they don't have significant ideas. They bring people to teach them, to express their opinions. Then they will weigh the options and come up with decisions. Here, nobody knows about anything. The gentleman, you listen to Noah, I know the representative from Sando. He said he formed in that day. I think CEO, you need to call some of them. The day they were passing the bill, it was the day they received the document. How do you expect such a man to make sound? And in fact, he was the former port director in Sando. He is an individual of authority. He has that authoritative nature to understand the workings of the port. Why would such an individual receive a document talking about port decentralization? The input would be significant and in the best interest of our country because he been there. Nobody did it. And we come here and say that the lack of consultation is an abuse of administrative power and it constitutes fraud. Then you say, oh, I got to be quoting the president. Whatever way you want to term it, it's up to you. But this is a broad-day fraud. You deliberately, when you set a clause, you vote section 4 of the bill, it creates another regulatory authority. And they have brought lawyers, public policy experts. They were told that, hey, there is already an existing law. If you create that, it will be in conflict with this. And it will not be a good thing. They will scratch it out. Fiscal discipline. 36 positions are going to be created. For what? For what? You know how much each of those boards will be making? You're talking about the essence of decentralization is to put money in the development packages of those countries. So they will improve healthcare and everything. Or 36%. That's wrong. So what I can say tonight is...
I can ask VP a question. Can I ask VP a question? VP?
Yeah.
SOEs are not contributing. Check who that won. Where that money going?
ASECU.
Consultancy and campaign.
Okay. You told you plenty.
Yeah.
That's a question we all debated here We made you to
Let's
understand.
forget about country
what
was
they
down.
are
People
doing,
just protecting our
what they
jobs.
are-
Yeah.
Yes.
But let me say this real quick, VP. Let me ask you. You talk about Alex Noah, right? Alex Noah
Yeah.
was there when they passed this bill. What is it, VP?
No, go ahead.
So Alex Noah was there. He disagreed on some part of this thing. I'm chatting with him. He listened to you. He felt that they never had a chance to read the bill. I understand that. You are right. His position are clear. VP, I will say this to you. The president been in government for almost 50 years now. Because we said for the 45 years during Jawea time to remove Jawea, now we're making 50 years he been in government, right? And you have taken the highest seat in the office. So he have wisdom. The president won this. You're right. It emanated from the lawmakers because the president told them. So they went to put it together and they sent it back to the president. But ladies and gentlemen, the president got only two things to do: to sign it now or not to sign it. And if he doesn't sign it, it becomes a law after certain days. And that's the Constitution. Nobody should play with that. So Fubi, I passed that, Fubi. Emmanuel George, I'm not going to worry myself. Mame, my brother said on the show, got problem with the bill. Mame and others saying the president don't sign it. Mame, if the president doesn't sign it, what are the remedies in place to prevent it from being a law, Mame?
I said we support 100% the reform and empowerment of all the ports to be able to make administrative, financial, and operational decisions at their levels. 100% support that. That is the president's vision. That is what the president communicated to the MPA. He said, I want the ports in each county and any other way that ports will be established. That same communication, that same vision is with water and seaward. He said, I want water and seaward presence in the different counties.
Good. Let's see what the port. Let's see what the port.
Yeah, let me so he said, I want those ports in each of the counties to have administrative, financial, and operational decisions to make. That will help them to move faster rather than delaying through the bureaucracy. That's the president's vision. How to achieve that vision? The MPA now say, okay, since that's the president's vision, and this law we reside in honor is from 1971, two things we'll do immediately in that strategic plan. I posted the strategic plan in the chat room. Go to the first priority in MPA strategic plan. The first priority is to empower all regional ports with financial, operational, and administrative authority. They will design their own budgets. Once those budgets are approved, they will go ahead and do that.
Mame, you are talking about strategic plan, yeah, Mame. You are talking about strategic plan. We are talking about the bill that the president won.
I come in now.
The president don't get a strategic plan.
I come in Stanton. Just give me 1 minute. Because when institutions are established, it is their plan they use to solve problems. It's not just off their head. So they put it down, that appropriately read our plan. So they said the first thing we need to do is to transform the law. But before that law transformation process is going in place, the board will pass a resolution beginning 2026 that every port will approve their own budget and send to MPA. MPA approve the budget. They will execute their own procurement. They will do their own hiring at their local level. They will do their own CSR at their local level. They will do their own operational things at their local level. That is what the president said he wanted. To the law.
Is that decentralization?
That's decentralization of power and authority.
From the port end. That's not a law. That would not be a law.
Good.
It should be a law.
Yes, it has to be a law.
Thank you. That's why the president went to the lawmakers.
Good. So why are you making the law? So MPA is not waiting for the law. MPA said before the law can even pass, the board will pass a resolution beginning 2026. This is what will happen while the law is being in place. So the president now is saying, do the law. consult Ministry of Finance, consult LRA, consult Law Reform Commission, consult Minister of Justice, and you come to me with a law that reflects 21st century reality. Why the Senate, the legislature doesn't want to do it?
Mame, your questions is you have unique questions, but yet and still, when I negate the fact that the lawmakers working as lawmakers, Emmanuel George, I think what is so confusing here, and maybe that's me, the lawmaker went to do the piece of job, but I don't know who saw people running on. The president and the lawmaker, two separate branches. The president said, I don't agree with you. And he did that for me. He ran and vetoed the thing. He sent it back to them. They agree with some, they don't agree with some. Mr. President now is entangled himself. If he doesn't sign on it, after certain days, it becomes a law. How many times can he veto it? How many times can they override his veto? That would be the battle here and there to go back and forth. What we are saying, if the president knew that he wanted Sekou, the port managing director, to talk about strategic plan and live by that strategic plan, he should have kept it like that. But he called for a law. And now the law here the president do, they said, the people they will not do it like to the president liking. Not everything the president asked for he would get. These are independent lawmakers that they have to do the work in interest of the counties, in interest of the country. They voted for Mr. President, they voted for Mr. Vice President, they voted for the lawmakers. And we got to understand it.
Stanton.
We got to understand it.
Obi, give me 1 minute of your time. Stanton.
Yes, why the president you want to that. You have all the time you want to that.
Yes, why the president should not sign the law. Because all the posts that are created, all their assets will no longer be with them, it will be with a regulatory agency. That's not what the president wants. That's not what he wants. The law is saying all the assets of those posts will be under the regulatory agency.
That's what the president said. That's what the president said.
No, I said that what the law says.
Okay.
And that's not what the president wants.
That's not what the president, don't say that's not what the president wants. The president would, listen, Mama, let me say this to you.
Well, if not what the president wants, then the president will veto it. Then, but the president.
Mama, there's a narrative here. Right?
Is that what you want, Stanton? Stanton, is that what you want? Do you want to say you have Buchanan Port, you have Sando Port, but all the assets are managed by a regulatory agency? Is that what you want?
So, Mama, let me say this. And that's why my brother from the other party and myself went back and forth earlier. The number one person that makes the final decision in the country, in consultation with the lawmaker, will be that the president. We should respect that. But the lawmakers themselves, they are fighting in the interest of their people. The president will disagree with them, and they will disagree with Mr. President. But you and myself will be on talk show talking today is only because we feel our interests have not been taken into consideration. I'm not talking about individual interests. Interest on the policy, interest on the law that we are seeing, Mame. I do believe we need decentralization of the port. I do believe the port should be independent. Now we can tweak this thing back and forth. But one thing I'm so happy about, Mame, and I will say this and we hate you, is because the lawmakers, they are taking independent decision to address the issue. They are not doing, they're not saying yes, sir, to Mr. President. And if the president, if he doesn't like it, right, he can negotiate in the back. But what we are saying, yeah, they are standing, Youngly is standing, and those other lawmakers, they are standing to say, this is what we think is best for our country and for the country.
Start on.
So my question to you,
I wanted to make a quick correction, and you said something very important. Stand on.
Yes, sir.
We had a conversation. I wanted to make a quick correction. It's very important because this we said something to the public and we got to look at it back. It's very important. You struck a very important point. The president vetoed the bill. He sent it back. One is the repassage of this bill by the legislature, but to tell automatically it should become a law. I think that's where you're coming from. Let me repeat. Under Article 35. Just been reading it. The president veto, whether land veto or totally veto, it goes back to the legislature. And the legislature repassed the law, that repassage. So the legislature need to tell whether it's a repassage they did. And if they did a repassage, each should have to tell. Automatically it becomes a law. It's not at the prerogative of the president at his pleasure anymore to veto that.
Yeah, so
That is
CEO, another issue.
So my concern here is that I hope we can get a lawmaker on the line that it was a repassage and it should have to tear in both houses, and that becomes a law. So we need to find out from the lawmakers. Then we'll
But if
end
you're
this
not
argument.
repassing, then I come to send it to the president, Akara. If it was
Then it should
override-
be then it should be overridden. Then the veto should be then the veto is overridden by 2/3. That's what
That's
it
what
means.
I'm saying if it was not,
But then the president ain't got nothing to do with the law again.
no, bro, you understanding me? I'm
No.
saying
Repassage is not overriding. Does that mean overriding?
It already read it, Fubi. It's already by
No.
repassage. No, read it. Stand on point.
But
Read it.
If they
No, wait,
disagree with the president, they can override the 2/3.
No, they can repass. Read the law. You post that on read 35. Just read it all the way down, please. I beg you. Read it.
But the action,
Read
we're
it.
looking at the
What I'm talking about.
actions.
so, Grill, if they don't need the president's signature, then why they send it to him?
That's the confusing part. That's what I'm saying. They need to tell us whether it's a repassage, because they say repassage at by 2/3. It's there. It's in the Constitution.
So great.
You're
I know
reading-
great. Thank you. Let's hear from Emmanuel. He have not spoken in a while. We're gonna welcome T. Wonokai. It's a great
Everybody
conversation.
read it. So we all read it and see.
Yeah, it's a
Read it
great
and-
conversation. But the one thing, Emmanuel, I like to keep things simple, and I like Mame argument here. And what is so simple here, Emmanuel, is that this bill, the back and forth, lawmakers are fighting in the interest of the country, and that should be respected. And if we move away from that and say because the president asked for everything, they should give him everything, I think it's concerning he will not get everything in this bill. He will have to compromise. But at the end of the day, I can say to the Liberian people, so many people fighting against this bill. Emmanuel, I don't know where you stand, and along with your party, the ANC, we want to hear you. What's your party position? Where you stand against this? I see Musa Hassan Belete is going against this bill and say it's bad for the country. That's CMC position. That's a political leader. That's their position. But I think this bill can be fixed well. I think it has a very important message for all Liberians and all those port counties and Liberia as a whole. But we shouldn't just dismiss it and say it's bad. It's not a bad bill. They don't have to agree with everything the president Lam veto. And this is the independence that we talk about from the lawmaker and the executive branch. Somebody got to accept it and somebody got to negotiate. And Fubi, you agree with me on this one, that except negotiation, the people that fit in addressing the issue and the Senate or the president. And the president will sign it. I do believe what I'm hearing, Mr. President will sign it. If he doesn't sign it, it will be forced into law by reason that they have given it to him. He didn't sign it. He didn't address it. So when those days expire, it's the law.
Yeah, 20 days.
Yeah, Emmanuel, let me hear you.
Ostenda, I'm not giving an official statement now of the Alternative National Congress, the ANC. But what I can say for sure, yes, what others are raising, even the president raising issue with the bill. So every one of us, we are not the only people who are raising issue of that bill. Once the clarity is done, I think decentralization is a good thing for Liberia. I support the process of decentralization, but I also support the process of keeping an entity that is doing well in place. So we should not throw the Liberian Maritime Authority away. Is one of the authority we have that one of the organization in our country that is doing very, very well. So we cannot throw them under the bus or throw them away by removing all the measures and all the regulations that they should be taken care of. Once that is taken care of, then I think for us to move forward, we have to deregulate. For us to move forward, we have to put things in the system that, as I said the last time we had a conversation around this will encourage competitions amongst the various ports. Because if you look at the ports, besides the port of Monrovia, I think the port in Greenville, I strongly believe the port in Greenville and the port in Harper, the primary duty is to serve as the center for the exportation of logs. So perhaps with decentralization, someone will become very smart and innovative enough that the port of Harper and the port of Greenville would do more than just exporting logs out of the country. They will look at other things that they can do in order to bring income to the country. So again, the president have flagged out areas that are bad in the bill, and I totally agree with the president and totally that those things have to be ironed out, and it should be ironed out sufficiently. And I will close on this note. I think the honorable senator that spoke, the lead for the committee, he need to employ competent people in his office. His message on the floor of the Senate today did not represent an honorable senator of the Republic of Liberia.
Thank you very much, T. Let's hear you. Welcome to the show. We wound it down, but it's good to have you, T. Winokai.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. I'm just going to piggyback off of what Dr. George said, and earlier, Omambe has spoken on some points that are very important. For me, when it comes to this whole sea and inland port act that is currently on the floor, I think that there is a need. The issue of decentralization is a very important reason why I support aspects of the bill. But then again, when I was going through it right now, as I was sitting here, all of the different components, all of the different administrative team and operational team, I think that when we complain about SOEs not bringing money and all of the different guys that have so much authority, that bring in millions and millions, 40, 50, 60 million, and then they don't contribute to the budget. I think in terms of decentralization, this bill will do a good thing for us because it creates a need for competition, like Dr. George said, I was going to piggyback. But then the problem is wage bill, large government overhead. All of these things that you're going to assemble in Greenville, in Basel, in where else? Greenville, Basel, other places all around. I think at the end of the day, it will take time and do the calculation, just in terms of operation, especially when you tell Liberian financial independence. It gives them reason to put all kind of yama together, and in the end, it creates more problem for the ordinary Liberian people. It creates problem for the government in terms of effectiveness. So I'm a little confused in terms of the way it works now, where we got this guy sitting who are put there, and he has so much authority. We want to break the authority, but in breaking it, you employ so many people, and you result in the same large government overhead. For me, it is a problem in that direction. And my question to Gray, since he's the former lawmaker on the show, is this: Article 35, which somebody had put it, or he mentioned it. I wasn't clear when you said that if the government veto, and it goes back on the floor, and then when they complete their second vote, and there's a repassage, then it don't go back to the president. I need clarity on that. Great.
No, I said it becomes a law when there's a repassage. It should be by 2/3. That's what the Constitution says on Article 35. But I said read it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
So we go to
2/3 is overriding the veto, right?
The challenge to see what the 2/3 comes in when there's a repassage of the law. So we got to ask the lawmaker whether there was a repassage, and then it means they should have acted on 2/3 by the Constitutional Article 35 if there was a repassage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Mami, I want to bring you in while we try to wind this thing down. I want to say to all of you, the port need to be decentralized, Mami. Am I correct? Are you in agreement?
The ports are decentralized. Administrative, financial, and operational decisions need to be decentralized. To do that, yes.
My question is straightforward, though. Do you think all the ports need to be decentralized?
Like I said, currently, all the decisions, most of the decisions are at Monrovia, under to the MPA. I'm saying the MPA needs to give responsibilities, financial, administrative, operational responsibilities, and freedom decision-making to all the ports. They should be able to do their own budget. They should be able to do their own procurement, and it is captured in their plan to do so.
But okay, it is captured in the plan to do so.
Can I come in on
the president? One minute, Chief. Let me just finish with my question. You can come here. You ask your question, everybody. Right, mommy? We're going to put you on a hot seat here. It is captured in the plan to do so. But mommy, those are strategic plans that was just brought up after the president or after this decentralization bill came to being, right?
Come again?
It was this strategic plan from Sekou Doucle and the port of the NPA came after the president and the House and the Senate started working on this decentralization bill.
The plan was launched October. The plan was launched October last year. Last year, October, very soon, last year.
So it was after the president requested decentralization of the port.
Correct.
Okay, so you're making my point. It came, I beg you, Gray, let me finish real quick. It came after. So since it came after, the president had requested this, the lawmaker then started working on it. Mommy, you think because the lawmakers didn't address all of the president's concern, so the president should veto, the president should say no, the president shouldn't sign on this document?
For two reasons, not just because of not addressing the president's concern. You can't establish the put in your theory that you spread all around with the people. Now you stand not talking to specifically, I mean like the proponents of the law. Spread all the theories that we want the put to be independent, we want it to be autonomous. But you pass a law, the assets that is supposed to lease, you say all the assets are with the regulator. That's contradiction. You're fooling the people. You're lying to them that you're giving them put to independence. But you take all the assets and give it to the regulator.
Who controls the regulators?
The regulator is controlled. The regulator is the structure of the regulator is controlled by, I think, 4 persons: the director, deputy director for administration, I think finance, governance, four persons.
And they all answer to the president?
Sure.
And the appointment will be made by the president, right?
Correct.
Yes. So the president have it again, my man. So what's
I
the
agree.
problem?
So I'm saying you ask me a question, and I'm responding to the
No,
president.
my issue is informing you laughing because these are simple things. The power is given to the president.
These are not simple things. These are terrible things.
But brother, we can't argue about it. That's why we got to talk one at a time. My man, start getting bad.
Just quickly, less than a minute, please.
I'm trying to get I want Mame to help us and let's have conversation. Patrick, we cannot argue this, my man. They're putting
You don't want to agree. You want everybody to follow your way.
But your issue here is that it's a different issue now. You get different things about me.
But stand on. Mame struck very important points.
But let me answer my last question, Chief Gray, right? Akaros, I beg you. Mame, if the regulatory body from the president appointment answer to the president, right? Then what's the issue here that you're going to argue that they're giving it to different group of people?
Let me tell you the issue.
Help me understand. Don't go by Vendetta Patrick. Disturbing our good conversation.
Let me tell you the issue, Stanton. We support the president. That's clear. That's the president's vision. The president is not a put expert. The president is not a public policy expert. The president is not an economist. The president depends on people like us and other people in his government to give opinions. What I'm saying is, doing these separations, doing the reform, is not strange to the Unity Party government. They've done it with several institutions. So why are we using different models to do it? The third point there is, all the other regulatory agencies in Liberia do not control the asset of the institutions they regulate. Why do you want to take the asset of the port and give it to the regulator? It's strange. So it made all afraid. We said there is something strange. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world that we know. In Liberia, the United Party, President Baka presided over the reform of several institutions creating regulator. That was not how he did it. So everybody's shocked.
My very last question. My very last question, though. So the president know that he had worked with creating regulators before, water and sewer, LPRC, and the rest of them. You name it. The president know that. So if this one is different, President Baka ain't stupid. President Baka know that it's different. But then the other lawmakers then too, they get their own argument to President Baka. So you and myself sitting on the show and saying that it's bad, they put and send it back to President Baka, they put a tweak in it. Brother, We shouldn't have our head.
I got a question for you, CEO. I got a question for you.
No, yeah. So let me come in now quick.
Yeah, but now ask a question, then Gray will come in.
No, I'll break down.
You don't want to ask a question.
You know, you're honorable man. So, CEO, you said the lawmakers have their own argument. So, what argument are they presenting? We have presented, we spent almost 2 hours deliberating the president's argument. What is the justification from the lawmakers that this bill is good? Say you are being in touch with
let me come and start.
Let's say asking me, agree, and we'll come to you next. The brother asking me, so Vendetta Patrick, the argument from the lawmaker is the document is sent back to the president. Fubi, the lawmaker received the president's first argument when he vetoed, and then they studied it. The lawmaker said, I want an argument. This is it, Mr. President. They sent it back. So everything you see on the second document that was sent back to the executive mansion, those are the lawmakers' argument.
So tell the people who don't have access to the document, talk and let them hear it. That's why I want you to say it on the show.
No need of us arguing.
No, great, no, I'm begging you. The CEO will answer it. There are people who have no access to the document. Tell the people listening by radio, watching, what is the lawmaker argument? Tell us.
So, Vendetta Patrick, when you come on the show, relax. We talk good, right? The people argument, those of you that listen to us on radio, Vendetta said, I'm going to tell you the people argument. There was a first document that was sent, right, to the president. That first document, the lawmaker said, you sign it, Mr. President. The president looked at the president and said, no. Let me go. The president said, I disagree with X, Y, and Z. Y'all go change it. He sent it back to the lawmakers. The lawmaker then look at it and say, Mr. President, we agree with some, we agree with some. We send it back when you sign it. That's the point.
You're not answering the question. What you want in the document, the lawmaker asked the president to sign. You got to explain. What you want in the document, they ask the president to sign. Go step by step.
Vendetta, thank you. Yeah, Akaris, let's hear you.
Yeah, both the lawmakers and the president.
You may have said shit to them. I see you.
You can't be president and one may plan with me again, but go in peace.
Both the president.
Brother, and help him.
Yeah, both the president and lawmaker agree on one concept. The concept is the concept of decentralization. But what I heard that the president agreed that he need decentralization. The lawmakers too agree that they need decentralization. From what I'm gathering from Mame is not anti-decentralization. From what I'm gathering, what Mame anti is that he believes that some provisions of the law are contradictory or usurp functions of other institutions. The model in his argument, in terms of access, it should not be given to the regulatory entity. If I'm getting him right. So the argument about whether decentralization is right or wrong is not an argument for this government. This government has concluded that they need decentralization, they need regulatory authority for the ports of the Republic of Liberia. They have agreed on that. Okay. But what I'm saying, Mame, you know, I don't have beyond the shadow. Sekou is dangerously moving. I will say that because I know what I'm saying. When you put out a propagandistic attack on a document supported by your superiors, then it becomes dangerous. And people don't want me to say it. They say, why you call Sekou name? Because I know Sekou feels that he will be stripped out of his authority. There will be no more national port authority. So obviously there is a fight. And Sekou is losing ground on the battlefield. What do I mean by that? Because there will be no more national port authority. There will be a regulatory authority. Whether Sekou will be appointed at the head of regulatory authority or not, that's another question. But I'll give you an example. The Ministry of Finance. We had a Ministry of Finance, we had a Ministry of Planning. Under the Ministry of Finance, we had the LRA, the Liberian Revenue Authority. The revenue component was under the Ministry of Finance by then, the old Ministry of Finance. there was an internal battle to create the LRA. That means you're taking the revenue component from the original Ministry of Finance and you're merging the old Ministry of Finance and the old Ministry of Planning and create what we call the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development. Then they will have no revenue authority. And I was the chairman of governance. So I know exactly when there's a fight. One group felt that they were taking certain authority from them and giving it to the LRA. So who becomes the head of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development, just in case if the Ministry of Finance is dissolved, and who become head of the Liberian Revenue Authority? Those were internal executive fights. And I was the chairman on governance, and I was the lead committee, followed by the Committee on Ways, Means and Finance, and the Judiciary Committee. So I understand this fight. So the fight becomes personal to a point, then reform itself. Now, I'm not accusing Mame directly of saying, oh, you want to front for this entity. No, my main point of argument is that he's smarter arguing that, look, there are SSS in the law. That's my main argument. So the SSS in the law, that focus on it. And that argument could be an argument leading to the destruction of the two bills. That argument could lead to the
not want to build destroy. I do not want to build destroy.
Argument. You're enemy. That's a strong and smart argument. But the fact of the matter here is that as a veteran who have been there, the legislature has to keep our eyes on the ball. And the executive branch of government, that these individuals who want to use this scenario to destroy the concept of decentralization should not be allowed in the process. And offsprings out there who may be consultants to these entities, or maybe will be doing PR or newspaper entities, etc. Okay, they should not be flagging things and confuse the people out there. No, they should not. The policy of this administration, the 12-year policy of their government, have been decentralization to some extent in terms of creating these entities to regulate. So, starting in conclusion,
I want to ask you a question, Gray, as you conclude.
The NPA guy is running.
Great.
You ask a question.
The NPA guy is fighting a losing battle, and now how to fight. What he should be fighting for now is to be reappointed or a new appointment as the head of the regulatory authority. That's what he should be fighting for.
But great. I know Mami won't come in. Let me say this right
here. Ask you a question.
Yeah, I know you will ask a question. Everybody got to throw in here. This is so funny and it seems silly. Mami is arguing about a regulatory body, Emmanuel George. And that body will be appointed by Mr. President. What's the issue?
The my question that I want to ask the regulators.
That body will oversee, let me say this. That body will oversee all the ports, right? And they will report to Mr. President. You also have finance ministry that will be on those boards. You're going to have the justice ministry that will be on the boards. You're going to have people appointed by the president, 3 of them. Abuda Mame, Chief Fubi, Colonel Ebrahim Gray. These guys are putting on an argument that is so, to me, let me say this. The president should pass this. The president shouldn't veto it. This is a good bill. The president should pass it. What the president wanted, not to give everything to the caucuses, right? The caucus from those county, don't give it to them. What the president wanted, it should be on Liberia team and not a county team. It is there.
But I think you're missing. I think you're missing something quick.
I want to agree. I want to
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Like Kev asked.
I think what the message in here is because to your point.
Kev, 1 minute.
I beg you, man. My question. Yeah, I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you for your two to come in. So your two will come in, Mame, quick.
Yes,
because what Peter is saying, the president
will.
The president is appointing regulators, right?
That's a good bill.
Yeah, and the president is appointing the regulators. Everything goes back to the president. It seems like what you're saying, you don't trust the president's decision. Is that so? Because if you're going back to the president, what is the problem? You guys don't trust the president's decision to say he will make a sound decision in the benefit.
And he did.
Then what is the issue?
They issued at Mame. They issued at Seku. They issued, no, Chief, we don't wrong. We can't do it. I want to hear your last saying on this thing. They issued at Mame. They issued at Seku. They issued at those guys then that run on social media and say this thing is bad. But ask them for alternative. The only alternative Mame giving us tonight, and you must listen well. The port on Seku, they have a strategic plan. They have presented a strategic plan, so there should be no bill. And it's wrong. We need a law on this thing, Mame. The people got to understand that you don't have it 100%, but we can fix it. And in fixing it, it's good that the president signed on this thing. And I'm saying this to Jeremiah Kuhn. I'm saying this to the president because I heard that Jeremiah Kuhn was in Nima. He delayed this thing. He didn't sign on it. He didn't look at it, so it delayed. But anyway, it was presented to Mr. President. The president should sign it. It's good for the country. Every you're trying to put problem in the thing. There's no problem. Let us sign it. I feel with you. I disagree with that one. Like you don't want to understand that I disagree. Ask a question. Let me do a closing.
No, I wanted to ask my question, but you took all the time from Gray. What I wanted to basically ask Gray was,
I'm like, Gray got time. Ask a question.
Yeah, Gray, when y'all were doing the reform of Ministry of Finance, LRE, NOCA, because I know you were there doing the NOCA time. When they do the separation on NOCA, it was 2014. You were there. The question I want to ask, it was 2014, 2015. When we did all our country consultation, Akara, you were there, ba. We did a consultation with the lawyer across. The man again hearing.
I listening to you. I have nodding my head because I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so I'm saying you were there, you did the Ministry of Finance, you did the separation on NOCA, you did the LTE. I just wanted to ask you a simple question. What the process you went through? You had consultation, you brought finance ministry, or how did you
argument? Go
no, I can't. As a
Mame, stop this thing. You coming back with a consultation like Patrick, like Federa Patrick. You coming back with consulting and bringing people there to ask them or do a town hall. Mame, they're done with all of that. They move on.
But wait, let me say this, Mosh.
They move on, Mame.
Wait. No, stand on, wait. Stand on, you see the legislature, I could say that for me, I was concerned about public hearing, right? They have people work at the various posts at the legislature. They are senators, some of them are law representatives today. They may have people who are experts among themselves. They could make their recommendations, they could hold a conversation. But one thing in stock, Stanton, one thing in stock, and I've always encouraged the legislature, probably when I have my maid running with this thing like this, probably if they had an open public hearing, bring the radio station, everybody talk, probably then maybe some of the perceptions, let's be real about it now, some of the perceptions would not have been the way it's going about the perception. But for the Ministry of Finance, Development Planning, the LRA, we have public hearing. The Governance Commission would call experts, we call former finance minister, former bank governors, and all of those things. We brought them together. Different people, we had a conversation on the LRA and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development. On the issue of the oil issue, the reason why you saw me shaking my head, I was not on the committee. I'm speaking to a committee that I was on.
Okay.
Yeah,
there
was consultation there. I came late to the consultation. In fact, I was all of the country when we were having a consultation on the agriculture break. I think you can remember that on the oil issue. But on the other one, I was part of it. That's what I just nodded my head to say.
I got it.
Because I wasn't on the committee. But fair enough, no matter what the case is, I believe, and one of the points I struck here before, they should have just had a public hearing, let everybody hear what is there and listen to it. But that does not negate, that does not negate that they cannot act. Great, right? Yeah. All the things that are yama. The people will get like over 500,000 people on radio then listening to us. On Voice of Liberia, on Spoon FM, on Super, on Fabric. My dear brother and friend Mame, like every one of you, that yama about the public hearing, the people did it. We have reporters in there, they thought, they argue it, right? I don't know what kind of public hearing. I'm going to go in the village and sit down with the people and ask them.
But
this is so wrong of my dear brother in whom I love. This is wrong. You tell them from one place, for me, they jump to another place. Federa Patrick making plan because he said they didn't have a town hall meeting. Now Mame calling for public hearing. Now it was a LPRA maritime something to change. My friend, let me tell you something. Y'all stop the yama. The president got a decision to take. This is a good thing for our country. We should be applauding Yombi Kaga Lawrence. You should be applauding her. She don't have to agree 100% with the president. It's about Grand Bassa. It's about Grand Crew. It's about Green Harper, right? It's about Monserrato. It's about Liberia as a whole. How will Liberia benefit? Let's talk it. Don't tell me about who the president will appoint. Don't tell me about who will not get a job. How will Liberia benefit? How will money come back into the coffer of the country? Then we're sitting out here, you're telling us why they didn't have a town hall meeting, why they want it. No, people are protecting interests, financial interests, individual interests, social interests, all different interests. I'm not accusing anyone yet, but the interest of this thing should be Liberia. And if it is
one infusion to make.
That's why Joseph Yiman Bwaka is pushing this thing, and you are passing. He will. The Justice Department, they can run to him 100 times to Oswald Twe and Baking to give different opinion. I better we know Oswald Twe speak.
Man, did I finish?
They're calling him.
They're calling him. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep me up. Look at Mama trying to keep me up. I gave Mama authority now to bring you up. You keeping me up. No, Mama, we get guy. I give you authority.
On a serious note.
Let's close the show.
On a serious note, Stanton, we support 100% the decision to empower all the ports with financial, operational, human resource authority. Design their budget, get approved, execute, do their procurement. We support that 100%. When you see people say they're passing a law for a country, anything about job, I will not be sitting down on the show talking to my God in heaven. If that was for somebody job business, I would not be sitting on the show talking. Job. When you see people say we're passing law for a country and they insist that they will have the law, and people in the executive will not see it, just go to the president and they use Mandela Cooper or people there to pressure the president to sign it. That's not the president you have.
You see your problem, you're accusing Mandela Cooper though.
Because Mandela Cooper,
when we accuse Sekou on the show, you get vexed. You're accusing my sister Mandela Cooper. Don't do that. You can never tell, no, don't do this. There is nothing you have that Mandela Cooper signed on this bill or she squeezed arm. You can do that with Mandela Cooper, my man. Don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Okay.
Listen, I am in the executive mansion.
Let me go ahead now. I get your point.
You don't want to call him. I want to listen to the G.
What happened in the twisting the baby arms.
No. As soon as I'm just supporting that song away.
Let me go ahead.
My man, Rachel Kuo, look at you song away.
But that's what you can hear me calling my dad. I'm get ready there. I'm begging you.
Jimmy Jolokon. That was the stop for Jimmy Jolokon.
The point I was making is Mandela supposed the bill and all the people who proffering the bill. She is. It is normal in every government. It's not a crime. It's not a crime to support a bill or to go against a bill. That you people can see it like a crime. So she supposed. The point we're making is when you're in a country and there is a law to reorientate and transform an entire sector. 90% of all the trade in your country passes through the port. It's critical to development, it's critical to everything. When you have people want to pass a law to transform that sector, and they insist that they cannot open it up for consultation, the finance minister have not seen the law. The Justice Minister saw the law today because the president sent it to him. LRA has not seen it. Commerce Ministry have not seen it. Start, let me learn. You're talking, I didn't talk.
But what I do? I saw nothing.
Commerce Ministry have not seen
but
it.
You're not saying the truth. They saw it.
I come in by.
I mean, keep calling him, man. Santa, don't.
Exactly, because he just want cut my message short.
Yeah.
When a country is passing a law, few group of people say nobody can see it. Oh, yeah, asking what a law. Everybody asking it. Even the oral law, we can see it now. We're not talking decentralization, what they think in regulatory authority law. And nobody can see it. That's a reason to be concerned. That's a serious reason to be concerned. The Ministry of Finance have not seen the law. The Justice Minister saw the law because the president sent it. LRA, MPA that is over the port have not seen the law. Commerce Ministry have not seen the law. That's wrong. It's bad. That's bad governance. It's not good. The second thing, Akaros, nobody is doing propaganda. The president vetoed the bill. He said, do not take maritime authority. Amola comes on the radio and said, do not take maritime authority. I follow the president lead. The president vetoes the bill. He says in his veto, set up a transition team that includes the management of the MPA. You pass a law and say when the law is passed, the management team dissolves. And junior level staff will take over. That's a junta style of reform. That's not how you do reform. So I'm not going taking propaganda to the president.
You see the second reason Mame just gave you, that's the main reason Mame on the show fighting for this bill. Once the law is passed, everybody done. You don't start take over. Who the everybody that done up there? Sekou Duke, all of them finish.
Fine.
And you see, you gotta be very smart.
Fine. Let me
argue on your plan.
I agree with your point.
Listen to you.
I agree with your point.
Whether it take 1 year transition or whether it take 5 years, they will have to leave.
Fine. No problem. So let me speak now. Where have you seen a reform in the sector is happening? As soon as the law is passed, those who presiding leave, and then GM staff take over. That's how.
I beg you, Mame. I beg you. I know you in fly, right? Because you not say nonsense, Mame. Look at what the person saying. Now we know who pins Stanton. Mandela Cooper pins Stanton. Look at nonsense that.
So I wanted to really emphasize that point. That's a junta style of behavior. Who is it coming from? It's coming from the Senate, led by Nyombli and Delon. If Charles Bronski were living, the same thing I'm saying today, that what he would be saying. That's not how you do reform. It has never been done like that in Liberia. All the sectors that were transformed, reformed, nobody do junta style there. That's how the junta behave. They take over the country, they move all the minister and the deputy, they put GM staff there, they say you're running for 1 year.
So you calling it junta?
No, I didn't say they are junta lawmaker. I'm saying the approach is junta. It's not good for the country. So nobody is fighting a propaganda war.
So Mame want a
so that the same lawmaker they will call the same lawmaker that take
off. When the president is inducted and all ministers cease to exist, all appointed officials, and they tell the human resource officer whosoever to take over that junta staff.
No, they're not junta staff because that new government.
No, but a new government is coming to do that. One new junta staff.
No, but that one government, yeah.
A new arrangement, a new institution. Mame, all of them.
You will have the last one. Fubi, let's hear you. Let's do the process. Fubi, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, so look, the bill is a good bill. So like it's before the president now. He has 20 days to sign it. If he doesn't sign it, it becomes law. So he has 20 days to deal with that. So we can do all the argument. We can push all the pushback. But at the end of the day, all the assets of all the posts, they belong to the Republic of Liberia. whether it's under the control of the seaport agency or whether it's under their control individually, they are still assets of the Republic of Liberia. It doesn't transfer to any other entity outside of the Republic of Liberia. And there was some amendment done to the first one that was sent to the president that he vetoed. So it's not in its entirety that they just did what it didn't like were alluding to Robert Brown and other guys' statement about table of content and all the different points that they made. There was specific stuff that was done. The first one they didn't talk about transition. This one talked about 1 year transition. It also reduced the board members. It also gave the full permanent, seats for all the board.
Wait, your AC not working? You in Liberia?
The man plays score when he's sweaty.
The thing that you hard, you get different one. But man, let me tell you something, Fubi. What we are saying here, now the argument is legit. That's fine.
Let me close back.
You say the man calling me out. The man calling me
No.
out.
Fubi can get your time.
Fubi, the man calling me out. My man,
Fubi get
you're
your
not
time.
pass the thing. You're not pass it. They will face anything that they needed to be faced, but this is a good one. Fubi close.
Yes, and on the point that Mama raised about all the other agencies have not seen it, the fact that the legislature sent it to the president is on the president's prerogative is to share with all of them, besides just sharing it with the justice minister. So he can share with the different ministries that are concerned. Let them have copy and review it and give their opinion to the justice minister to compile. So we can say is the junta star and the first thing the guys are 100% secrecy. The fact that if they are just passing without the president's knowledge, then you can say it's secret. Or you go to the president, the head of the executive, the president got all the other people working under him. So it's only the president authority that he can share with all the other agencies that he thinks need to see it, and they all review it and give their input to the justice minister, and he compiles it and send it back to the president and say, this is our position, and that can inform the president's opinion to say, look, honorable members of the House of Representatives and Senate, these are specific land that we think you need to correct. Then they can review it and decide to override it or concur with the president and say, okay, we accept your amendment and we okay and we send it back. And now after the president signs it, it becomes law. But whatever the case is a good thing. And I think we should move on with this instead of all the pushback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to bring our brother, the retired corner at Remy Gray. It's good to have you on, brother. And thanks for coming early today, though. You came very early today, Corner Gray. Thank you very much, Chief Fubi.
Corner Gray, we can hear you, Corner.
You talking to me, Center?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Let me raise my volume a little bit. First, I wanted to ask you, Stanton, not to forget that the port city of Robertsport in Cape Mount is the fish and sea food basket of our country. They're not factored in this agreement right now. So I'm just appealing that when they're curbing this law, they should factor those entities like Robertsport or other port cities that are not accounted for right now. Right now, the focus is on 4 or so, if I'm not mistaken. The Freeport of Monrovia, Buchanan, and probably Harper.
It's stated for the future establishment of other ports. Right?
They did.
Yeah, they said it.
So hopefully that will be contained. But the thing about it is, I'm left with some questions. One of the questions is, how many senators actually signed to this agreement before going back to the president for review before it was vetoed? Is it substantial enough to be considered 2/3? If it's 2/3 and then the president sends it back, then definitely the president has no say, as others have said here clearly. That's the principle of separation of power. Once they gave the president the ability to sign, make decision, and he sends it back, there's no back and forth process unless it was not voted upon in the first place. If this is still the negotiation part, I agree. They can keep going back and forth. But Stanton, I think overall, if you ask me, my question again would be: so what become of CTN, MTN, and all those other small stuff on this on our Freeport right now? What become of them? Are they going to be those contracts will extend to other ports? You know, or this will just nullify those kinds of agreement and then we'll start a new beginning with our port, because these are the kind of entities that are delaying the process of clearing goods. Dr. Bropler said here. So if we can find a way to remove those CTN and whatever they are, I think this, in my opinion, this is a good bill. Other than that, the issue of the maritime again should be considered heavily, because that's our international law. We cannot create law that undermines our international law directly. It's an affront, and I hope people will take that into consideration. But otherwise, I think changes are good. This specific change especially is good because other people have a say in their local community on what obtains in their ecosystem, meaning the port in Buchanan, for instance, is a big port. We can't just leave everything in Monrovia, man. Let's stretch our elbows somewhere else.
So, even on this show, you agree, Fubi agree. Not two. We'll see how many people agree. We'll take our vote on the show. And I agree with you. The message has a good bill. They should pass it, and Fubi agreed to.
No, that's not what he said.
Hey, Lord. Conagre, right? Conagre. Is that what you said, Conagre?
Conagre said it's in the president said.
Conagre, you agree on it, then they will pass it, right? The president will sign it, right?
I love to see your button heads together. I enjoy it. I'm not going to say let them declare who say what and what.
What kind of color is it? He really went for the fire fight between us. Let me bring in Emmanuel George.
I say it's a good bill, provided those other considerations can be made. Especially
once I get good from you, I'm happy. And I think the president is happy. It's a good thing, and the president will sign it. But the important thing, Emmanuel George, even if the president doesn't sign it, it cannot just sit there. Because if it sit there, after 20 days, it becomes law. And the people should understand. So will the president send it back to them? Or will the president call Ojade back to meet it to negotiate and that he can straighten some things up? But on the overall, I can say this to all Liberians: the port of Liberia will be decentralized. Period.
And I would support.
It will be decentralized, and it will be decentralized as per this bill. So all the tweaking, people want to tweak, people want to do this. That's fine, but don't look at the little thing and say, "Why they do it now?" Then after 1 year, they will take everybody. Or so what?
But
the president will say a plan. The man interrupted me again. Emmanuel George,
but you're making a case out of no case. The president
Well, please let me close after Emmanuel. Yeah,
and we started this conversation looking at the situation in Minnesota with the resignation of the governor who ran as vice presidential candidate to Kamala Harris in the last presidential elections here in Liberia. As I said at the beginning of the program, my heart and prayers go out to Liberians who are living in Minnesota after fleeing a civil war and looking for peace. It's traumatizing to go through the same process that you ran away from. I've had life experience with the BM boys when they were raiding Harvard through West Africa. Some of us were arrested just because we had a Liberian passport. So I feel what the people in Minnesota is feeling this evening. As to the bill that we've been discussing, decentralization is good, but I think our conversation is about the right way. And I hope that those in the Senate, and many of them have been there for many years, reduce the process of negotiation so that we don't have this back and forth between the executive and the legislature. That there should be proper negotiation, proper discussion, so that this bill can come up in the best interest of the Liberian people. You all have a wonderful evening. We look forward to this conversation tomorrow.
What? Anyway, let me leave you alone. Let me leave you because I tell you, Dr. George reminding you of who. Whenever they're doing the closing, it's like they write things down and they go way back from the beginning, and then they come up small. It's too intellectual for us, you know. And they say, "Thank you very much. God bless you." Now I sign off. But anyway, Dr. George, it's good to have you on, man.
Stephen, I've been a teacher all my life. We always have to end.
I see. But let me bring in Kev aside. Kev, let me say this, man. Tell me, let's close.
Yes, Stanton, it's a very good discussion, especially, and on this bill. Let's look at the Bitter Steel, right? Bitter Steel use the Buchanan Port often, but most of the money coming to Monrovia, not in the people in Buchanan having. So I think, like everybody's saying, if this bill and actually go the right way, I think it will be good for the people. Let the people themselves take care of. One of the things I support the Republican Party because we believe that the money should go to the people themselves, versus the Democrats that believe in, that the strong will take care of the lazy. So let the people themselves control their money, So the president is the one that appointing the you guys can hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, the president himself, the one appointing folks, the regulators, right? He appointing them. So if the president is not in the place to actually monitor what's going on and understand what's going on, it seems to me like people don't trust the president's ability to understand the complex issue around the whole bill. So that's my main thing. It seems like people whispering the president ear. Mommy called my girl Cooper. We laugh and joke about it, but it's very, very serious. Who whispering the president ear? So we look at the whole situation that the bill is good for at least let the people themselves take care of their port. Like Buchanan, Bitter Steel is sending a lot of money there, using a lot of money coming to Monrovia, but is Mary getting the benefit of this bill? That's my question. Who are the folks? Who are the folks around it who telling the pape, let's do it. Will this benefit Mary? I worry about it, and that is my issue. But I think there's something there, but it should be done the right way.
Thank you very much, Kev. Thank you. We're going to just finish up with T. Unokai. Then we'll go to Akaris Gray. I'll do my closing, and Mami will have the last word. T.
Thank you. For me, like I said earlier, when it comes to decentralization, that's the most important aspect of this bill that I support because it divides the power. When you concentrate power so much with one man, that one man, if he's corrupt, he can drive a significant portion of the economy into a black hole. There's something about this bill that we have not talked about here, or maybe I came late. Maybe you guys have talked about it. I was going through the revenue portion, and then they talk about the regulators. Each port on a quarterly basis will provide about 5% of the total revenue that it generated. I don't know if you guys look at that. Why? For me, that is a big deal. We can't be talking about fighting corruption, all these different state-owned enterprises not making money. We decentralize it so that the agencies or the institutions can be more effective. And then we're telling them on a quarterly basis, by the 15th day after the beginning of each quarter, you bring about 5%. What is the amount going to be? Why do they need 5% of the total revenue generated by each port for their operation? What operation is that? For me,
Maritime can do it free. Maritime can do it free.
But Mama, I think we shouldn't interrupt now.
Exactly, maybe.
I was just adding to the man. I was just adding
that is
to
the main point.
I was just adding that
That is the
maritime can
main
do it
issue
free.
that I have with the bill. That is the main issue that I have with the bill. That 5%. We cannot easily quantify how much the 5% will result to, because it will depend on so many different variables. But you are sitting here and we are saying 5%. And so many things are going on in the country where we can expand the revenue in that direction rather than giving it to, people who we put together that already are on government. They got all the
Let me ask you, I beg you, because Mama said I was thinking, and we got to be straight up. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Because you say 5% go to the government, so are you insinuating that people will be eating the money?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is,
money going to the central government, money staying in the money going to the regulator. Mama, the money go to the regulator, that the government money now, right? The regulator eating it
for operations. Then they say for operation. So we already talk about operation this time. They say for operation. So all the men got to do is write all the number that you talk about and say, oh yeah, operation. For me, that is not okay. We want the money to go back, through LRA, through the rightful procedure, so that it can enter the government, so that we can support the budget. So that is the biggest problem that I have. If I have to say what I'm for or against as it stands, I think there are more reasons to support it than the number of reasons not to support it. But that I just wanted to point out that was my biggest problem. But some you lose, some you win. I still have many more reasons, especially on the basis of decentralization and the fact that you take too much power being concentrated on one man and just spread it around. So I support it. I just want to know how I
thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. It's good to have you. My brother, the Honorable Carriage Green.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a good show, and we'd love to begin by stating that we pray for the safety of all people in Minnesota, especially on this immigration issue. And it is our hope that they can unite and hold together as a family. Sometimes I know in the diaspora, Liberians can rather hold together, and I believe that they will do that. They will become the brother's keeper in the Minnesota region. And as the election progresses, we will also hold together to support singular candidates that will stand for them tomorrow and in their interests. On the issue of the decentralization, I just have a few concerns, but one of my major concerns is that good that they have a transitional phrase or transitional clause, within that document, because I'm concerned about national security issues, whether these posts will be very sophisticated enough. Because Liberia has been, whether you like it or not, transit point. We had the free port of all of the equipment we have. That we hope that these concerns will be taken into consideration in terms of the Greenfield port, the port in Maryland Harper, and that of Buchanan. It's very essential on national security issues. But overall, if the concerns are addressed, because Mame, whether we agree or disagree on a lot of issues, but he raised some very strong issues. And those issues, I hope the bill consider that. But just my little bit of thought was that if the president really needed this decentralization, why would we want to go through all of these headaches, but not submitting an executive bill, that will consider every factor in it, and then it just becomes a smooth ride. Because if we oppose a bill on decentralization, we should oppose it on the basis of the ingredient in it, and not on the basis of just the bill itself, but the ingredient in it. So yes, I support decentralization because of the Decentralization Act. Once it will benefit the people, it will not become another bill that at the end of the day the people will begin to complain and they're not getting the benefit, and other influential opinion leaders in the country, be it lawmaker, whosoever, we can concern about the social benefits. Okay, the social development funds, because there will definitely be social development funds, how will it be managed under the Internal Affairs Ministry as to whether lawmakers will not be involved into it. But I think that the PRO should just be caught up by the NPA, because it doesn't help. I think there should be more lobby for reappointment, because what I'm hearing, if it's true, I don't work in the government. I know some things in depth, I know some things on the surface. They are saying that the president is in line and he's going to sign it if it's true, if that is true. And I mean, it's coordination. How do they coordinate it is very important. But it was a good show, and Stanton, you struck some other issues about Liberia position. We didn't discuss that much, but I thought the position in conclusion Liberia articulated is not just the position of the AU, it's the position of Liberia. And if they mean it, it means Liberia disagree with the unilateral action of the United States government. That's what the A3 position is, and the AU position in budgets in the AU position. They spoke of the issue of sovereignty of various countries. That means that our country position, how does it align with the United States position that I listened to today is another issue. But again, Liberia is a member of the African Union and the A3 for Africa. So definitely as a country, we have to stand by what the A3 says, except they want to deviate from that sometimes. But it was a good show. And again, I wish that in this new year, we all forge ahead, look at the bigger picture. We'll disagree on issues. Sometimes we'll show the necessary political blows, but it doesn't separate us as a family on Spoon TV. Thank you very much.
Karos, mostly great. Thank you very much. We had a wonderful show. We give the last word to Mame. Indeed, Mame will speak to his people. But let me say my own. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't hold back. When I disagree with it, I say it as retired Colonel Ed Reverend. Whether you're panelists on the show or you follow us every day, I'll tell you how I feel. I think it's important for our country. All those of you that sacrifice every day to join Spoon and follow us, 60, 70, 80,000 of you, those of you that listen to us on the radio, imagine every evening on all the radio, happy birthday to Secretary. Today is his birthday. He relayed our program and we celebrate him today. Those of you that buy your battery and charge your radio or whatever it is to listen to us, we say thank you. It's a big day for our country. I do disagree with Yomli Kanga Lawrence, the senator for Grand Bassa County. I think she can do better. I have my disagreement with Senator Abraham Darius DeLong. Well, you know, we reach out like today, we chat, we laugh. And I think that's a problem. When these people try to do something that will benefit the country as a whole, we should say it. When these people do something contrary to the good health of our nation, we should rebuke them. And that's what I do every day. And nothing will change me. This bill we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good bill for our country. The Port of Greenville, the Port of Harper, the Port of Buchanan, the Port of Monserrado, or Monrovia, people should be independent. Not about strategic plans. We've been having strategic plans from one generation to another for so many years. What have they done? I have a personal disagreement with what is happening in Monrovia. They collect money from all these ports, and they come up with sweet story as to why they can contribute to the national budget. We say on the show, they eat the money. They find fake excuses as to why they can contribute. They jump around and tell spider stories. And look at the Port of Buchanan stranded. Don't you know the Port of Buchanan can be equal or better than the Port of Monrovia? Look at HPX, they want to run through that port. Look at Salamita, want to run through that port. Innovation company that will come and build a decent port, not only in Buchanan, in Greenville, and in Harper. But I hear somebody in Macan and say that in Monrovia and say, yeah, we're controlling that port, we're controlling the port. Listen, this decision is not about President Bouaka. President Bouaka time will finish, he will go. Young Britain will finish. You will not be senator for life. Besson guy will not be senator for life. It's about the next generation. We will build a decent port called Buchanan Port. That will be like camera and action. Money will be coming in. And my brother Gray, you asked whether we have CTN there or MedTech. I hope we have something there, but it shouldn't be CTN and MedTech because we're having problem with them already in Maserado. We will have somebody like our own company, LRA, can go there. Custom can represent the interests of Liberia and make money for the country. You don't have to be crooked CTN and MedTech. We can find out, we can do it ourselves. We can train people. The president must sign this bill. The president will sign the bill. It's good for the country. If there's anything we need to fix, then fix it. But this got to go through. Somebody generating over almost $75 million. You can tell what they're doing with the money. You ask them the operational cost. What is operational cost? I can get grade 50,000 today and put it on an operation cost. And get on my computer and create the reason why I get grade 50,000 either. Whether Greg gave me 30,000 back, Emmanuel George, all we know, Greg get 50,000 for operation cost. Nothing can question nothing. Listen, the whole port situation as it is today is bad for our country. President Boubacar's vision to decentralize the port is a unique thing. President Boubacar's vision to create and make that legacy, to possess and say, yes, we did something when I was president. That's a good thing. That's a vision. We should champion it. I believe every political leader will want to do the same thing. Ask Musa Hassan Bente. He may say what he's doing right now is wrong. Ask Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings want to decentralize it. The problem that one man is the gospel, it's a law. Nobody can touch him. Not only about Sekou. Look at Bakubwe Jr. Betwawe. He was there, that was the same thing. Right? Look at the girl they call X-Ray Nimbo. When she was there, that was the same thing. This is not about Sekou alone. It's about a generational problem that everybody you put there as support managing director, they abuse the power given to them. They create a system to make the port a cash cow. Everybody that you put there. Put Emmanuel George there today. Put Dr. Emmanuel George in there today. It will be a cash cow. That's the system that people have created from generation to generation. So this is not about Sekou. Sekou, they're walking in the footsteps of the forefathers. He is walking in his forefathers' steps. Who's Sekou forefather? Bakubwe Jr. He did the same thing. Nimbo, she did the same thing. Let's go down the line. We have to change it, folks. And the decision for Young Lee to change it, I would disagree with all other issues, but I think this one was good. The decision for the president to change it, I think it was good. Those lawmakers that voted for it, I think it was good. We are hearing people going to the Justice Ministry to twist his arm, to bribe him, to allow him to write some kind of fake opinion again and take it to the president and say, Mr. President, because Article 2, Section 3, don't sign it. That's business. The law will be the law in this one. That bill will be the bill of the land. And I rest on this. You can disagree with me. I got no personal thing there. Yeah, think about telling Cecile Coffee too. Cecile Coffee, when she did the same thing. You can say what you want to say. The country must be changed. President Boubacar got less than 4 years left. These are the things we champion to be the legacy of President Boubacar. And if he want it, that's good. I support him. I do support it. Mame will come and say they won't fire Sekou, that Mame business, Sekou will not be there forever. Mame will come and say it break the law of the maritime, it will fix it. But one thing I will say to my dear friend, brother, we argue today here myself. And I tell you my position. My position is to all Liberians that hear me and believe in my advocacy. This is good for our country, and this should be championed. And on that note, I rest.
Thank you, Stanton. I agree with you. I agree with President Boubacar. I agree with the MPA. I agree with the Justice Minister. Decentralizing powers and authorities, financial, operational, is the law of the land. we support it 100%. I see you trying to trash talk strategic plans. The strategic plan says before the law is even passed, since the law passing process is giving time, it's taking longer time, it's back and forth, and it requires review. Immediately, the board will pass a resolution to authorize the ports in the different counties to have operational, financial, administrative authority decision making before even the law is passed. When the law is passed, then the law becomes active to further reinforce that. So nobody opposed decentralizing power and authority. What we oppose, however, are the issues the president vetoed. And we're not on a propaganda campaign. We are highlighting what the president vetoed. We say the president vetoed that you are usurping the functions of maritime. That's wrong. Don't do it. That's his opinion. That's the president's position. We support that. We're restating it. The brother raised the issue about money. Why do you want to create a new agency to do something that Maritime is doing without taking money from the ports? Maritime has the authority to regulate the port without taking money from them. But you want to create a new agency to regulate the port and take money from the port. It's not necessary. That's the argument we're making. So nobody is against having the port to have decentralized financial, operational, administrative authority. That is not our position. That is not the president's position. The president has intimated clearly on how he wants the ports to have administrative authority. The vehicle being used to do it is the vehicle we're questioning. It's the vehicle the president have identified issues with, and those issues we're highlighting. The president is not somebody who you will go just bring opinion to today. He just said that he has a team of advisors who listen. Different influences. At the end of the day, decisions are made. The justice minister opinion that he raised, if the issues in the opinion are not addressed, and the justice minister come by and flip-flop on his own opinion, that's up to him. The president raised issue in his veto letter. He wrote it in black and white. If he decides to change on it, that's the president's choice. What we are saying is the vehicle you're using, that vehicle is a problematic vehicle. The port will be decentralized, but you can't say you want to create autonomous ports and you create the hype, but you take all the assets of the port and put it in one regulatory agency. That's not how it works. We have seen it happen in other places. LEC, LRA, NOCA, LTA. The regulator is not whole, is not a custodian of the assets. Why you want to do it with this one? So we're raising that concern. So you get the port will just be a shell. You make the news that you get them autonomy, but their asset that is supposed to be leasing and managing is controlled by another agency. That's wrong. So we raise that. Fundamentally, we also raise the issue about how involved is the executive. So yeah, they send it to the president is sending it around. Let people review it, make their positions, send it back to the president, and we'll move forward. But the whole theory, somebody is against decentralization, no. The people who have a motive for which they're passing a law to transform a sector and do not want to open it up for consultation, those are the people who got something to hide. And that's why Liberians should be asking. All the other laws you pass, you open it up. Why only this one you don't want to open it up? The justice minister is not standing, the justice minister is not taking bribe from anybody. He's principled. He gives his opinion. There are times the justice minister gave opinion, the president said, no, I don't accept your opinion. Right? There are times the justice minister gives opinion, the president said, I don't accept your opinion. It has happened before, several times. So people should not, I know people talking, people should not try to reduce the attorney general because of their interests. That he's taking bribe from people and he will go do there and do fake report. You want to reduce the attorney general because of your interest. It's wrong. It's unacceptable. It will not happen. And the whole theory about somebody walking in somebody's footsteps, no. The NPA today It's not the MPA yesterday. Significant changes have occurred. The records are there. The contribution of the MPA to the government of Liberia, custom revenue and other sources is almost 2 times more than what they were doing.
That's true.
Let me learn. Let me start.
All the things you're talking about not true. Stop, man. Stop.
Yeah, the things you were talking about not true.
Say 2 years. How much MPA
Let me say my own.
How much MPA contribute to the government in 2 years?
The thing you're talking, let me talk my own. You were talking, all the things you're talking about not true. But it's hard to listen.
Mommy, how much MPA get the government? I think you do this wrong, man. Don't do it.
Let me say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying. The thing you are saying were not true. I decided to listen.
Mommy, but they were not true, but don't do this.
Yeah, but let me say my own. The one you are saying were not true equally.
What one is that one who I was saying not true?
I don't want to address your own. I want to say my own.
Well, you know that's not true, mommy. You gotta
I want to say my own. I don't want to address your own.
Again, you have 3 MPA don't want to contribute. Then you say they've been contributing more than the other people.
Let me say my own. Let me say my own.
We gotta go and say your own.
Yeah. Nobody is walking anybody's footstep. There are significant changes to the port today than the last 2 years. One, custom revenue have improved at the port. It's because of the closing of the loopholes there. METEC, let me say METEC, how you call it, people need APM terminal. APM terminal earnings and royalty has increased almost 2 times.
Still, they can contribute towards the budget.
But that's the contribution.
Yeah.
That's
the contribution.
Let's continue tomorrow. Mama, disagree. Where the money? You are not being sincere with the Liberian people.
Oh, you not being sincere with the Liberian people.
If you want us to talk about the SOE contribution, contribution from METEC, contribution from custom, contribution from APM terminal, come tomorrow. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Let's get back on this bill. Mama, this bill will pass. Right?
I want the bill to pass.
The bill will pass because it's good for the Liberian people.
The bill is good for the Liberian people.
You'll stop the strangulation on this thing. It's wrong,
right? It's good for the Liberian people. The bill will pass. The port will be decentralized, but it will not be Yes, it will not be decentralized under an arrangement where they take all the assets from the port and put it in the regulatory agency. It will not be decentralized.
And who control the regulatory agency? Who control that?
Is that an issue?
The president, what's the issue with
it will not be decentralized.
It's bad that today we sit on the show and agree that one man control all 4 ports, 5 ports, 6 ports, and they control all of the assets. They are the Lord and gospel, and that's the reason why they are not contributing to the budget. It's bad.
Exactly, my man concern about controlling assets.
Don't go into this thing. One man control the entire asset. That's what you want. One person control the entire asset. That's the reason why the port of Liberia, all the port have created themselves as a goat cow milk. That's how the reason why they're cash cow.
No, they're not cash cow.
You're gonna have one person control all that. Remember that close the show.
So the law you proposing, how many person control the asset? The law you propose,
we'll see tomorrow, my dear brother and friend. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, my brother.
Otherwise, it's on my mate tonight.
No, I disagree with my mate. I'm begging. Let me say this. My man and my friend, right? You got one person. Mommy said I'm gonna bring it back home. I told her I'll go in. So Mama said I shouldn't talk. If I talk, I gotta bring him. That's it. Yeah, Mama. He said I shouldn't talk. If I talk, I gotta bring him back.
Well, bring him back. Yeah.
No, that's okay. We'll do it about.
Let's talk tomorrow. You know, it's good for all to talk tomorrow. The SOE, not only MPA. Let's talk tomorrow.
That's the SOE. Yeah,
let's clarify the misinformation.
I want us to talk the SOE. It will be better, my man.
Yeah, let's talk tomorrow.
Conversation tomorrow.
List all the SOE, water and sewer, LPRC, MPA.
All of them. We can discuss it.
Bring all the
wearing. Yeah, start also to wear like long sleeve shirt. You're gonna be wearing this.
Yeah, I knew you will wear long sleeve shirt. I knew you wear long sleeve shirt. I knew you.
I don't like.
Oh, what a bunny wear long sleeve shirt.
That's it. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the code of conduct. That's the code of conduct.
Wow. My man Remy wearing coat. The man wearing what? A t-shirt under the coat.
Yeah, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk tomorrow. By God's will, that would be great. Guys, thank you very much, my man. It's always good to have you.
Long sleeve t-shirt, go ahead.
No, but you know what, great. If you know what, wearing long sleeve, it's cool. Thank you, Colin Gray. We appreciate all of you. Nelson, man, you've been holding it down. Thank you very much, Nelson. I totally agree with these people. Listen, this thing got to pass. This thing will pass. It's good for our country, and it's good for our country. I want to appreciate all of you. Those of you that disagree, those of you that agree, we say thank you for following Spoon. Nelson, I know you're sleeping the next 2 years because I get plenty of sleeping inside. Look at that, Nelson. Nelson, I thought you can take your afternoon nap, my opinion. What you been doing, Nelson? What you been doing, my man?
No afternoon nap. No afternoon nap. So,
why?
Yeah, the day has to be busy. So
okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do appreciate you hanging on till after 1 a.m. in the morning. Have a good night or have a good morning at your time. And thank you very much for producing today. Good night.
Yeah. Well, folks, thanks for being here with us. It's been a good show. Thanks to all of our listeners across the country for monitoring the show. We've been live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and on all of the different radio stations, always relaying Spoon Talk. We appreciate you. Thanks as well to our online audience watching the show live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. That's for our Facebook audience. And for YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, we appreciate you as well. Let me recognize and appreciate a few of you. I see Nathaniel K. Hill, Jackson, come on, thank you for being here. Augustine Gayflor, we appreciate you. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thank you for being here. Jackie Merch, thanks as well for being on with us tonight. Prayer Kimber, we appreciate you. And to all of you watching the show, we say thank you for being here with us. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Spoon Talk returns. Another great edition of the program comes up. Until then, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night and bye for now.
Yes, sir. Special one from the CEO, Stan Color with the spoon. And your boy, it's out there.